And I feel like we need to start today's show with like a breathing exercise because we are about to jump into 5 hours of radio without any live football to talk about for the first time since we've started. This is our first football free weekend. I'm a little nervous. Like, how are you handling it?
Yeah, man. Look, it's different. This is different. Football season's easy. Football season is easy, but you know what? We've got some NFL mixed in. I promise. We've got some off-season NFL to get to, including a quarterback that retired that might want back in. We also have a very, very early look already, of course, over at BetMGM at the odds for the 2026/2027 season. It's never too early to dream a little bit and decide, even before a single move is made. Now, I personally don't make any bets for Super Bowl until I see a few offseason moves. Now, maybe you think the odds right now are only going to get better for a team and you're willing to roll the dice. But yeah, man, we'll mix in some NFL. There's also some big time college basketball games that have seed line implications as we're just a few weeks away from getting into the month of March. There's big time showdown with Iowa State in Kansas that could dictate who ultimately gets a 2 seed. Later on, we've got Duke and Clemson in action. I believe that one's tipping off like right now, maybe as we speak. Duke and Clemson in the ACC and Kentucky and Florida facing off in the SEC. So we'll mix in that. We'll keep an eye on some baseball news. We got an Olympic scandal out today in curling. So we got a lot to get
I love
to
it.
on the show. I love the Olympic curling scandal and the ice skating scandal. The Olympics always have some sort of controversy, as we discussed a week ago.
Yeah, and this year, I don't know, maybe we say this every 4 years, but I feel like this year's Olympics is like we get a new scandal every single day, and it's like a variety pack, right? It's like it's opening up the Airheads mystery flavor. You don't know what you're going to get every day when you open up a new scandal, and the ones that we've had been crazy fun. Since we talked about it on our show, I can't remember if it was last week or 2 weeks ago with the downhill skiing and the I injecting their member with something to enhance
Acid.
it to give themselves more space down there. I did some more deep diving into that for this show's purposes only. It's not for any personal reasons.
Sure, sure.
But
hmm
but apparently it's like a flying squirrel type science to where like it can give you a little bit more hang time up in the air by giving yourself a little more looseness in the crotchal region of your suit. So, they will leave it to athletes across the globe, especially for the Olympics, to find every like last millimeter of, I guess, advancement in making sure they are the most competitive that they can be in their sport.
So we'll keep an eye on the Olympics today, where USA men's hockey in action. We'll keep an eye on the medal count as we're now over a full week into the 2026 Winter Games. But we do start still with some more of the fallout from the Super Bowl. And last time we guys left you on the show, we were giving our predictions and how we would see it play out. Seattle, of course, everybody knows the Super Bowl champions, and Kenneth Walker, the MVP, at 9-1. So
Yes.
congrats for those of you that maybe cashed that ticket. I know you, Austin, had mentioned Kenneth Walker, and also I think Ramondre Stevenson as maybe a
Mhm.
couple of your bets that you liked on that end. Rashid Shaheed did not come home for me, although they had a couple deep shots. I got excited, but Christian Gonzalez was sensational. Is it just me hating? As I said last week, you got to check me sometimes. I said there wasn't
Sure.
much buzz. And I said, maybe it's because I'm in Kansas City. Then the game happens, and of course I watched the entire game. But that game
Yeah.
sucked. unless you're a Seahawks
Yeah.
fan, unless you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, that game was terrible.
No, it was. And I could tell just from the vibes at the Super Bowl party that I was at. Along with maybe two other people at this entire party, were the ones like locked into the TV and the commercials. Because a lot of times you'll have everyone in the same room, and the women will be in there, or excuse me, the wives like that aren't into sports, like they'll be in there and they'll be watching the game, but then but then when the commercials come in, then they get locked in. No one was in this room with us. Like it was empty. I didn't feel like I was at a Super Bowl party. And then finally everyone comes out when Bad Bunny comes out, and that's when the room got packed. But then shortly after the second half started, everyone kind of dispersed again, and it was weird. It was not. It was for a game that did not have a lot of hype going into it. It lived up to the lack of hype that it had, I guess. But I do want to shout out Kenneth Walker because I said Ramondre Stevens was my MVP pick. I had the wrong running back, but I'm just glad that a running back finally won Super Bowl MVP for the first time since 1998 when Terrell Davis took the award home. So, shout out to my fellow running back brethren. I love you guys. And Kenneth Walker, you dominated. And I was so upset when his long touchdown run got called back for holding because I thought that was going to be the cherry on top of what was a stellar performance in the Super Bowl.
Well, so I love the holding call. Sorry for everybody out there that wanted the touchdown. I had the under. I had the under in the game. We gave that out last week, and the game would have gone over the total if he would have actually had that touchdown stand. So I got a little nervous there late. Cashed the under, fortunately, because of the holding penalty there. Although the way the game was going, I feel like that was a well-deserved under. The way the game was flowing, I think it would have been actually a bad beat if I would have lost the ticket and it would have gone over in that game. But Kenneth Walker, you're right. I mean, he deserved it. He was their entire offense in the first half. He was sensational. They didn't really have much of a passing game going. Sam Darnold was fine. The key is he just didn't make mistakes, right? He didn't make mistakes. He was smart with the football. He handled the pressure way better than Drake May. And I think that is, in a weird way, Sam Darnold, he's the Super Bowl champion, but the bigger story out of this one is where you're at with the Patriots moving forward and where we're at with Drake May. And in the playoff performance, I do think soured the great year that he had in the regular season for a lot of people from a narrative standpoint, at least, because now the schedule argument seems stronger for most people. It's reinforced. And I really believe the first month of the season next year for Drake May, maybe not for his own confidence. I don't necessarily think he lost confidence. And now we're hearing that maybe he had a really serious shoulder injury and all that, and we'll see how the offseason goes. But the first month for the perception of him as a quarterback next year is going to be so massive, likely a tougher schedule and all that. If he goes out the first couple weeks next year and struggles and looks anywhere near like he did in the postseason, everybody's going to say, man, what a fluke. What a fluky season that was and a performance that it was for him. Thank goodness he didn't win MVP. That'll be the discussion. I tend to think he's still going to be just fine in the NFL, but I get it. He was horrendous in the postseason, and a lot of it was he had no protection, but he did not handle the pressure well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a Super Bowl loser over the last 5, maybe 10 years that left the game with a worse taste in their mouth than the Patriots did because, obviously the narrative all year was the schedule. And we've talked about that ad nauseum. Like, look, they handled business. They did what they could do. They can't control how bad their schedule is. They took advantage of it to their credit. A lot of teams don't do that. But then they get into the playoffs. And it's funny that the playoffs can completely alter a player's resume, or I guess the outlook that we have for that person. Sam Darnold dealt with this a lot prior to this season, where he would shine in the regular season, and then when the games mattered, he would just crumble. C.J. Stroud is another quarterback where he lost a lot of good PR that he had early on in his career in how horribly he played in the divisional round of the playoffs this year. And I think Drake May is like kind of dipping his toes into that pool. And I don't think it's fair yet. Like you said, like I think it's, I think he's going to be just fine in the long run. But if he does come out and struggle next year, then maybe this is a sign of something much bigger. And maybe the Patriots, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this is Sports Talk Radio, so we have to speak in hypotheticals. If he does go out and struggle next week, maybe the Patriots are starting to think, oh my gosh, did we save our receipt? Like maybe this isn't the franchise quarterback that we thought we would have for years and years to come, like we just had with the greatest of all time.
And we're gonna certainly hear plenty throughout the offseason about where he's at with the shoulder and how much did that, like, was that what led to the poor performance? And if you're a Patriots fan, you're certainly banking on that being the case. I also think given the cap space that they have, his job should be easier next year, not from a schedule standpoint, but from a roster standpoint, he's going to have probably, I think, a big time receiver addition this offseason. I believe they're a candidate, certainly, as multiple teams are, for an A.J. Brown type of trade, for
Yeah.
an acquisition of bringing in a veteran like Mike Evans. I don't know what Stephon Diggs' future is. He also has some legal issues he's dealing with right now on top of everything. They're certainly going to have to attack the left side of the offensive line. I mean, that was just unacceptable. And that's a huge part of the reason why they struggled as much as they did in the Super Bowl. So those things, I think, will clear some of this up for Drake May. But understandably so, as you know, man, just because you got there 1 year, there's no guarantees you get back. And, there's everybody else in the AFC that had down years. Does everybody else get it together? The Buffalo Bills, are they going to have the same type of season? Who knows? They got a
Right.
first-year head coach. Is Kansas City still going to be down? Is Cincinnati going to get back to the postseason? Baltimore's got a new head coach. Do they get back to being the Ravens team we have seen for the prior 5 years or so? So you would think that next year is going to be tougher for the New England Patriots, no doubt.
Yeah, no, I mean, without question. I mean, you're gonna have to deal with that first place schedule and kind of what you saw against top defenses this year or in the playoffs over the last 4 games that they just played. You're gonna have to deal with a lot more of that in 2026. So I don't know. I see now. This is like where Mike Vrabel, as the players were coming off the field, kept saying 307, 307, 307 to almost every single guy, basically saying, we're only 307 days into this run, okay? Like, this is still, like, this is pretty good, okay? Like, guys, keep your heads up. We've got a lot more football left to play. And while I do think that is true, I think this is kind of where tests Mike Vrabel's, and we'll get into it more later. But Mike Vrabel, I saw as a Titans fan in that Super Bowl, I saw a lot of what cost Mike Vrabel his job in Nashville in that game. Failure to make changes, failure to adjust on the fly, failure to, almost like, and I talked about it last week when we talked about Vrabel, the stubbornness. It kind of reared its ugly head. And obviously you have Will Campbell struggling and you do nothing to help out. Well, that costs you the game. I mean, this was a 9-0 ball game at halftime, right? And it was a very, very winnable game if you could just figure out to do anything offensively, and they couldn't. And that, to me, and I know obviously Mike Vrabel is he's not, it's Josh McDaniels really making the one making the calling the shots on offense, but Vrabel is the head coach, and there has to be something. Say, hey, we got to do something. We got to chip. We got to block. Leave a tight end in, or do whatever you can to stop that. I mean, the Seahawks weren't even blitzing; they were rushing 4 guys. So, and they were still able to get that amount of pressure. I saw a lot of that in Nashville. The one thing that made the Titans so bad in the last few years of Vrabel's tenure in Nashville was the offensive line, particularly the left tackle. So it just felt like I was like having deja vu, like I had seen this movie many, many times before. Hopefully they're able to correct it in New England, because if not, I mean, like, it'll be a long time coming. That stubbornness can really, really hinder a team.
I want to talk a lot about Seattle, of course, because they're the actual champions here in the 2025-2026 season. And coming up next, I want to focus in on Mike Macdonald a little bit and the history
Yeah.
that he made already at his age, because he's now in very, very elite company among young coaches that have won a title, and there's some of the coaches that we consider the best in the NFL, or one that just recently stepped away from the NFL. And we had the conversation about sustainability last week between these two teams, and I'm wondering if that Super Bowl performance changed anybody's mind about Darnold, about Mike Macdonald. It's a copycat league, and the type of defense that they play. Our team's going to start building their teams back to kind of the old school championships. Our defenses win championships. So coming up next, let's talk about the Seattle Seahawks. And yeah, we'll take an early look at the 2027 championship odds over at BetMGM. We're just getting started right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Shotgun snap, 44 Seattle. He's hit as he drops back. The ball free. Picked up by Noosu. Running down the side. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! It's picked off and a touchdown. Seattle has scored on another turnover. And that will seal it seems, right now for the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Part of that dominant defensive performance by the Seattle Seahawks, making life extremely difficult for Drake May throughout the Super Bowl last week on Westwood One. Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner there on the call. And I do want to talk about Seattle because we spent some time there on New England, but looking ahead a little bit, not only to next year with the odds market at BetMGM, but also just how we feel about Seattle now. And of course, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. So Seattle, last week, we were discussing what's more sustainable. And I think I said New England because of the division. And I still kind of feel that way. I don't think either of these teams, frankly, are going to go on a run and be in back-to-back Super Bowls or be in 2 out of 3 Super Bowls. But I must say, Mike Macdonald, given his age, winning a ring as young as he is, you guys probably saw the graphic pop up on the screen in some of the post-game coverage. You know, he joins Mike Tomlin and Sean McVay now as the youngest to win a Super Bowl. And Sean McVay, we all consider as one of the, I think, top 3 coaches in football. Mike Tomlin, for many, many, many years, was that. He's decided to step away. I still think one day he'll get back into coaching. We'll see if it's a year or 2 years from now. We'll see how it all plays out. And so Mike Macdonald, like, it feels like he's going to have staying power, doesn't it? Like, this doesn't seem, as much as the team may not get back there, what he's doing and the uniqueness of his defense, and teams are going to be copying off of what he does philosophically, defensively, moving forward. Like, his defense and what he does, to me, that part of it is sustainable. The question is, for me, more about the division and more about the quarterback still. Sam Darnold, while he proved everybody wrong by winning a ring, I still think with Clint Kubiak going to the Las Vegas Raiders, their offensive coordinator, and now my guess is they'll just promote from within. What does that do to your offense? I mean, JSN's not going anywhere, and my guess is after what Kenneth Walker just did, man, Austin, I'm guessing they're giving him an extension. He's a free agent. My guess is he's getting a new contract, and they're not going to let him leave with Zach Charbonnet hurt as well. So that's the hang-up I still have is, like, the big question next year will be, what's the offense look like when you remove your play caller?
Yeah, Kenneth Walker's definitely going to get a lot of money thrown his way. Whether or not the Seahawks can land him and he can stay in Seattle is, I mean, yet to be determined. But especially considering you're seeing this wave of teams in the NFL kind of gearing back towards having a run game and the importance of it and the damage it can do to defenses. You know, you can't guard both the pass and the run at the same time, really. And you really have to kind of pick one or the other when you've got an offense as explosive as the Seahawks were this year. But, you know, as long as, you know, I think the offense should be fine, right? That's a huge should be, because the difference in an offensive coordinator can make or break an offense. You know, we've seen it many times throughout history in the NFL where you go, one offensive coordinator goes and gets a head coaching job and the next offensive coordinator cannot replicate what was put on the field. But I love the job Mike Macdonald did this year. I think it's not getting enough credit. You know, obviously everyone's talking about the turnaround that Vrabel did in year 1 from year 2. And yes, he took a much worse Patriots team last year and brought them to the Super Bowl. But Mike Macdonald brought a team that nobody expected. I think everyone expected this team to finish maybe 3rd at best in that division this year, because they did not have a sexy offseason last year. They did not make any splash signings or anything like that. And yet here they came out and they stayed consistent from game 1 to the end of the season. If the NFL somehow had the BCS implemented to pick their champion, the Seahawks still would have made and won a championship. Like, that's how consistent they were from week 1 till the end of the year. And I think Mike Macdonald isn't getting enough attention. And I think that's mainly because most NFL fans could not pick Mike McDonald out of a police lineup.
Yeah, he certainly was not a household name, and you're right. He could walk down the street anywhere but Seattle right now, and nobody would bug him. Nobody would know who he
Right.
is. And that, even though, like, that's also always funny to me. NFL coaches, I think, are more recognizable than any of the other sports. Like, a baseball manager could truly walk wherever they want in the country, and nobody's going to know who the hell he is. I mean, honestly, like, the exercise, there's no way you could name me more than like 5 MLB managers. Most people can, unless you're a diehard baseball guy. But yeah, Mike McDonald, I think, deserves every bit of credit that he's getting right now. I just wonder if we're going to see a shift in the league. That it's a copycat league, and our teams now, are you trying to build up defense, or is it already too late? Like, did the Seattle Seahawks already kind of execute that, and now we're going to start seeing the league shift back? Because the big story through the postseason was about all these top defenses and Houston's defense and what Denver was able to do, and New England in the playoffs, at least what they were able to do defensively. Seattle, as you said, all year, these top defensive units, and that's what got a lot of these teams to where they were. Is that where the league is trending, or was that just the trend of this year? And next year, we're going to see it be offensive dominated once again. And the league is always going to typically gear rule changes also toward the offense, with the exception of what is likely to get banned this offseason, which is the tush push.
Well, let me flip this question back to you, Alex, because, I mean, you're a guy who lives and works and covers closely the Kansas City Chiefs, right? And for as sexy and explosive as the Chiefs offense has been over the last, decade, their defense has been quietly one of the best, like, especially like with the job that Spags has done with the defense.
The defense has been better than the offense, man.
Exactly right. And it's been plug and play too. They'll lose guys like L'Jarius Sneed and obviously, and not miss a beat. Like they stay competitive, and obviously, having a good front, like, someone as nasty as Chris Jones up front can help with that. But I think that it's always been the case of defense wins championships. It's just the offense has kind of done a sleight of hand for us, like a magician, like, oh, hey, look over here. Look how cool this offense is. And, we as NFL fans are like, oh, shiny new toy, points, points, points. We gear to that. But defense has kind of always been the backbone of winning championships, no?
To a certain extent, yes. I think also this year's unique because look at the 4 quarterbacks other than Matthew Stafford, really, that were left. I mean, I understand Stidham was because of an injury, but even if you put Bo Nix's name there, it was Bo Nix, Drake May, Sam Darnold, and Matthew Stafford. Stafford ended up winning MVP, so I think he's the exception to this. But I think people in these teams in general leaned on defense more because of it. Now, in the NFC title game, this same Seattle defense we're all talking about, they gave up like 500 yards, I think it was, and they won still, but they gave up like 500 yards to the Rams. So that was not a defensive performance, but certainly the Super Bowl was. So I just think it'll be interesting to see how teams build out their roster this offseason. Ultimately, if you're just asking like how I would build it out, like, to me, it depends on the quarterback you have. If I have a Sam Darnold, and this is not a shot at him, I think he's now going to be in that top 10 to 12 quarterback range, probably like the 10th to 12th best quarterback. I'm still going to build more on defense. If I have a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen, I'm going to try to give them every single weapon possible. I just am, and this is the conversation we've been having locally about how to build it out. Like, the Chiefs need defensive help on the defensive line to get after the quarterback. They really struggled, but their offense with Patrick Mahomes has no business being, the 12th or 15th best. Like, that's not acceptable. And so you got to try to build up weapons. I think the same thing applies to any of the teams with elite top 5 quarterbacks. And it's kind of, there's the balance. I mean, you can't be Cincinnati where you have a Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins offense, and then your defense is historically bad. I mean, that obviously doesn't work either.
What if you're a team like the Houston Texans, where you've got a very strong defense and you've got a quarterback that you're not entirely sure? Like, he showed signs, obviously, when his rookie season was incredible. His sophomore season took a dip, and this year took an even bigger dip. And but you could argue that he took those dips because of the lack of offensive line help that he had and the lack of weapons help. I mean, if your number one receiver is Nico Collins, I mean, that's not a shot at Nico Collins. He's a very good wide receiver, but I think on most rosters, he'd be a wide receiver 2 at best. And I just don't think that, like if you're in the Texans' shoes, do you try and throw more money at the offense while potentially losing out on the strong defense that you had that got you to the divisional round of the playoffs?
You could argue that their wide receiver room after the Tank Dell injury from a year ago and all that was weaker, but I think this year was way more just about C.J. Stroud just not executing, and something has changed. I don't know if it's truly like the mental side of it. Like, I'm not going to try to read the guy's mind, but it feels like there's a mental hurdle also and lack of confidence that has happened, and his decision making has just gotten worse and worse. I don't know what's going on there. I'd be very concerned if I were a Houston Texans fan about my quarterback, and it's why as we get to the point where it's time to give him an extension. I don't know how you feel confident right now giving him an extension. I think you kind of just have to play it out, somewhat how we discussed Bryce Young. Now, Bryce Young never had a season, as you said, like C.J. Stroud had his rookie year, but it is concerning. There's no doubt. And I think also part of I would say the one thing that's maybe not Stroud's fault there is the play callers. He's had multiple play callers, hasn't had consistency there. I don't think he's had a good OC. Their head coach, of course, defensive mind, D'Amico Ryans is incredible. But this is my whole thing on sometimes the challenge with a young quarterback when your head coach is a defensive-minded guy and not a veteran quarterback. If you're going to have a QB that's struggling, do you have the right offensive minds in the building? And I don't think the Texans have had it. So it's a complicated situation. It's why if I were them, I wouldn't let Davis Mills go. I think Davis Mills, they could cut him and save some money. I think you need to retain him because he played well when C.J. Stroud was not available. If you're wondering, by the way, offshore or not offshore, I'm sorry. These are updated odds from BetMGM. I apologize. The Texans 20-1 to win the Super Bowl right now. If you're looking at way too early odds, the Seahawks 8-1. The favorites, the Rams 9-1. Ravens, the top AFC team, along with the Bills at 12-1. Packers 14-1. Chiefs also sitting there at 14-1. Look, I fundamentally will not make a bet on the Super Bowl for next year this far out. I got to know where some of these quarterbacks are landing. I got to know where some of these free agent moves go. Do I see a George Pickens get traded to a contender? I just got to have more clarity before I'll make a bet. But what's your reaction when you see this? Because for me, the surprise one, the Ravens having the best odds to win come out of the AFC, essentially to win the Super Bowl, is kind of stunning to me with a first-year head coach.
Yeah, well, to me, I think this is the time you definitely throw a little money down, right? Because you get the best odds on some teams. Like if, let's say the Patriots go out and they trade for A.J. Brown. Their odds are only going to get better, right? So, and you could lock them in right now. I'm all for like, let's just throw, and not big, nothing big, $10, $15, maybe $20.
Sprinkle.
And then, yeah, just sprinkle it, throw it around, throw a couple of MVP odds because that nothing with free agency really changes that, unless I guess at other positions, especially at the quarterback's case. But I don't know. I feel like now is the time to jump in head first. But I don't know. I mean, I agree. Like if you and I had to make predictions right now, like who we think is going to win this Super Bowl, it's way too early to tell. It's like early night, or it's like 6 p.m. on election night, right? It's like the polls have not closed yet. We have to wait for a little bit more information to come through.
Yeah, 0% of the precincts are reporting right now for sure.
Right,
but it's still too close to call for months and months from now, I think. Look, if you're asking me and I had to make a bet on somebody right this second, it's going to sound a little boring. I apologize, but like the Rams to me are going to be right back there. Stafford's back. They're 9-1 odds. Like I think the Rams, who are extremely well coached, I understand they lost their offensive coordinator, but it's Sean McVay, really calling things there and running the show. So I don't think it matters as much that they lost Mike LaFleur. I get it confused. Sorry, Mike LaFleur is now the head coach.
Yeah, it's too many LaFleurs. That's not on you.
That's going to screw me up, man. That's going to screw me up so much. I want to keep saying Matt. So that I would go Rams if I had to this far out. Now the NFC is maybe more crowded once again because of the division. The AFC feels like such a crapshoot this far out because we don't know if Mahomes is playing week 1 or playing week 5. We don't know how Joe Brady and Buffalo are going to attack the offseason. Are they going to try to get some big weapons? Does A.J. Brown leave the Eagles? So what does that do to the Eagles' odds? Like that's why I don't like betting it this far out. But if I had to, I would probably side with the Rams if I'm forced to make a little bet right now over at BetMGM.
Yeah, Rams are so good, honestly. And, people said the NFC Championship especially after watching the Super Bowl, was the Super Bowl. I wholeheartedly agree with that take. The Rams,
Sure.
if they made it, it may have even been a bloodier path than you saw on Sunday, just with how dynamic their offense is. But yeah, I low-key love the Rams. I think I told you this last week. My timeline has just been inundated with Matthew Stafford dad content. He's got the 4 daughters. I've got 2 daughters. It makes me well up every single time. So I would, I'm no Rams fan by any means, but I will be pulling for the Rams to, hoist a Lombardi next year, and then Matthew Stafford walk off into the sunset, his 4 daughters in hand. I think that would just be, I'd be a blubbering mess here on BetMGM game day.
I know we'll revisit the Super Bowl 61 odds once we get into free agency. The league year starts, I believe it's March 11th. A lot of movement. We'll later on in the show discuss some of the quarterback movement. And could we see a quarterback that decided to retire a year ago get back in the mix? And how could that shuffle around some of these odds as well? So that's coming up a little bit later on in the show. But up next, we do the list each and every week here on BetMGM Game Day. Some new additions. We'll revisit what made the list, things that are bugging us, including one thing that I have never understood that people continue to do, and it's regarding an app that a lot of you use on a weekly basis. That's next. I'll tell you what it is here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Saturday. We are on till 4 o'clock Eastern time over on YouTube as well. If you want to watch the show, we appreciate those of you listening across the country on Westwood One Sports affiliates. Of course, Sirius XM Channel 375 or on the Odyssey app or the Westwood One Sports app. And don't forget, here on BetMGM Game Day, whether you're watching the action on the field, the court, or the ice, you want to remember the most exciting moments long after the final whistle. Betting with boosted odds can get you started on that journey. Activate your odds boost token on any sports bet you receive, and you'll get a bigger payout if you win. Grab your token and elevate your excitement with BetMGM. And is there enough excitement this weekend for the NBA All-Star Game? We will get into that coming up in about 15 minutes or so, as the NBA, of course, is trying something new this year with the USA versus the world, this weird format, and we'll talk more about just these leagues that are trying to find a way to get some intrigue around their all-star type of games. We know the Pro Bowl games were a disaster rating-wise for the NFL. No surprise there. We know the NHL has done a nice job with theirs. Baseball is the closest to a real thing. So what does this weekend look like for the NBA? I know we've got some things to get into with that coming up in about 15 minutes or so. But this time of the show, we always get to the list, Austin. We've got items that we add each and every week that are bothering us, and you guys can always submit some items as well. Doesn't have to be sports related. For example, I think last week you had a take that a lot of people agreed with, which was, hey, we don't need Super Bowl commercial teasers, right? We don't need YouTube videos for the Super Bowl commercial. We've had the price of greeting cards, the phrase give 110%, the utilization of the belt to ass celebration. These are just a few things. Clapping during a movie.
Yes. And pretentious handyman, don't forget. The guys that are like, oh, what? You don't know how to mount a TV, dude? Next time, just call me, bro. I'll come over and do it for you. It's like, okay, bud. I don't need you to flex your muscles. I actually have a sports one and a non-sports one this week. The sports one's real quick. If the rumors are true, and it is all over my timeline right now, it's probably not on anyone else's timeline because, well, I understand why. But the Tennessee Titans' new logo, apparently the Tennessee Titans brass saw the Cracker Barrel rebrand last year and said, hold my hot chicken. And there's been a leaked logo that has been circulating. And really, it's been kind of hiding in plain sight all around because in a place called the Titans House where people can go and look at new seating options for the new stadium that the Titans are building. It's plastered all over in there on all of the Titans stadium designs. It's plastered all over the walls of there. And so it's been confirmed by A to Z Sports in Nashville that this is the brand new logo, but it is essentially the Titans' old logo. Just remove the flames. That's it. We are going simplicity.
Okay.
It is just more of us losing the recipes. And I know Amy Adams Strunk is obviously the heir to Bud Adams, who was the owner of the Houston Oilers, especially during their Love Ya Blue era, which even at their greatest days weren't that good. But for whatever reason, Amy Adams Strunk has this waft of nostalgia come through her, and it has overtaken her. And she, obviously, you know that the Titans unveiled Oilers throwbacks over the last few years. Well, now
I love that, though.
Permanent. Yeah, but no. But we love it as throwbacks. We don't love it if this
I don't know,
is a permanent
man.
thing.
I think it's a great
It's
look.
like the creamsicles
you don't like
in
this.
Tampa. I don't love it.
Yes,
I love the navy
would be
blue
weird.
look.
The creamsicles would be weird if it was every week. I'll give you that. I think those are pretty extreme. I actually don't think the Oilers unis are that extreme. I actually think that should be their home uniforms every single week. I love them as someone that's not a Titans fan. I think that's one of the great looks in sports history uniform-wise.
Yeah, it's because it's not around anymore. I think if it became a mainstay, you'd be like, yeah, there's nothing threatening about the color baby blue. So I'm completely out on it, and and the logo just looks kind of bland. But the non-sports thing, see cashier at gas station pumps. Listen, if that comes up on my screen when I am pumping gas, especially in the cold weather, I'm not going to see the cashier. I'm driving to another pump. And if the other pump says see cashier at gas pump, I'm driving to the gas station down the road. The last thing I want to do when I am pumping gas is see cashier, okay? Why don't you fix your pump, okay, cashier? I'm not going in to make a transaction with you like it's the 1920s, okay? I for the same reason I'm not cranking my car, I am not going to see cashier. So see cashier, you will see me speed out of your gas station if I have to see cashier.
So this is what we're aligned 100% with you. I'm lazy as well on this in terms of this whole scenario. I will drive to another. At some point, I'm like 2 pumps. Nope. Time to go to a different gas station a block or 2 away. I know that sounds silly. Like, no, just park, get out of your car. No, this is what people forget. Like even way back, not even say way back. What 15 years ago, 20 years ago, you didn't have to. You could pay after you pumped. It was a whole different thing. And so here we are.
If the cashier wants to come out and pump my gas for me, then I'll see cashier then. But
some states require it. Some people listening right now in New Jersey and Oregon, they have to pump your gas. It's state law. You can't pump your own gas in Oregon.
Look, I'm not. I don't care if I'm missing my steps on my Fitbit. I am not making the walk-in to see the cashier. I think it's ridiculous.
I don't know
what
if
are
I
you
would
adding
like,
to the list
the
this week?
idea. I got something to add, but I'm trying to think. I don't know if I would like having to have somebody pump my gas. Now, when it's 5 degrees and snowing outside, by all means, let's do it.
Well,
but I don't know if I would like that.
I'll add one thing to the list also. Would you like to add a car wash today? It's 4 degrees outside. No, I don't want to add a car wash. No, that should only be asked in the summertime. I'm not getting a car wash. You know why? Because I drive 2 feet out of the car wash, and I'm going to get those salt stains on the side of my car again.
Yeah, you definitely in the wintertime have to be specific with the schedule if you're trying to get the wash. It's got to be warm enough, but also if it's going to rain or snow again in a day or two, then go ahead and wait. Go ahead and wait. Like that's the same thing here. It's raining today in Kansas City. I was going to wash the car yesterday, but I'm like, why wash the car? I'll wait till Sunday or Monday because of that. All right, I do have an addition. You're right. This one has to do with an app that I think people probably use at least once a month, maybe once a week, and for various reasons. I'm talking about Venmo, okay? Venmo is a great thing, but here's what I've never understood, and mine are private. Who thinks it's a good idea, and what's the upside to let everybody know who you're sending money to or receiving money from? Like the public feed? Like, I don't get it. Like, maybe you use it just to send your buddy a few bucks because he bought the 6-pack. Maybe you're using because you went out to dinner with friends and you're splitting the tab that way. Maybe you have a bookie on the side and that's what you're doing it for. I don't know what you're doing it for, right? However, why are you making it public? Like, I truly have yet to hear a real explanation why you want everybody to know that you and Sarah are sending money back and forth to each other. I don't know. It makes no sense. Turn that thing to private.
You know how in this day and age of soft launches and hard launches, it's everyone keeps their relationships private until they go public with it. My wife was long on the early bandwagon of using Venmo as the most telling social media app. You just do a few scrolls on your Venmo timeline, and you can see who is hooking up, who is together, who is secretly dating, just based off of the money passed around on Venmo. I will say this. I agree with this take. I love this take. I think this is a phenomenal addition to the list. When I Venmo you money, if I Venmo you some money right now for some beers, Alex, I would not say 4 beers. In my memo line, I make it the most random. If you go to my Venmo profile
for sure,
and you scroll, it is the most random things that I could possibly think of. And I try and make them ridiculously funny. And for that, a complete stranger, stumbled upon my profile, sent me $1. He goes, just because your Venmo memo lines are so funny. So that is the only reason why I have kept mine public. But I completely get where you are coming from.
I mean, how about that guy out there just randomly sending $1 to people because he thinks, look, maybe that's a different world and I'm not part of it where people are searching the public feed for funny memo lines. But you're right. Nobody puts the actual item. I mean, for some people are doing it because they're maybe, sending it for something they shouldn't be. But also, how many people are actually putting a slice of pizza on the memo line because they split a pizza with somebody or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody is. I don't need to know why and who you're sending money to, and I sure as heck don't need you to know who I'm sending money to. So it's bizarre. This comes up like every couple months. I see it pop up on Venmo, and I'm like, why are you like some friends of mine? What's going on? Anyway, those are some new additions to the list. Coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day, the All-Star Game is coming up in the NBA. It is All-Star Weekend. Dunk Contest is tonight, and the NBA is trying something new with the USA versus the world. Will it work? We'll talk about it next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll talk some college basketball. We already have some top 25 games getting ready to tip off. Clemson and Duke getting going there. Of course, you've got Iowa State and Kansas today. Nebraska taking on Northwestern. Nebraska, number 7 of the country. They're coming off a loss earlier in the week, just their third loss of the season. We get Kentucky and Florida at 3 o'clock Eastern time. Number 25, Kentucky. Number 14, Florida. Also, BYU trying to get things together. They've been sliding just a little bit with A.J. DeBonsta and company down to number 22 in the rankings. So we'll talk some college hoops with Mike Rutherford from cardchronicle.com, also a college basketball writer for SB Nation. So get a little preview on the rest of the games today and talk bigger picture with where things are at in college basketball. You guys can always interact with us on social at Austin Huff, at Alex Gold, and on our YouTube chat. We've got our producers doing a great job keeping an eye on the YouTube chat as well, passing along some of your comments. So we appreciate you guys hanging out with us. But let's get into what is taking place right now. It's All-Star Weekend in the NBA, and they're trying a bunch of new things, including this USA versus the World format, which is 3-team mini tournament, round robin, on Sunday out in Inglewood, 3 8-player squads. You've got Team USA Stars, Team USA Stripes, and then Team World, and they're playing 4 12-minute games, top 2 teams advancing. And the reason why they switched to this format, because there's been less and less interest in East versus West and the buy-in from players, buy-in from fans. And we know that when you have people competing for their country, typically people are more interested. We saw the Four Nations face-off for the NHL was so successful just a year ago. But, man, I don't know. I think this is going to flop in a big way for the NBA this weekend.
First of all, great pun by you, flop with the NBA. So that should be a foul, but it probably won't be called. There's just so much lipstick on this pig. Every year, the NBA is applying and reapplying lipstick to this pig, and it's not getting any prettier. Aunt Gladys from the movie Weapons thinks this pig has way too much lipstick on it. If you can't explain the NBA All-Star format to me in an original tweet, 140 characters or less, to me, it's too long. Like, I look at the NBA All-Star game format the same way I look at board games, right? Like, the longer it takes to explain, the less interested I am in it, right? Like if we're playing, if the All-Star game format was Uno, I'm so in. But if the All-Star game format is Settlers of Catan, my man, it's going to just take me a while to get into this. And I think that's the general consensus of fans. Like, now we're doing Team USA Stars versus Team USA Stripes versus Team World. That's 3 teams in an all-star game format. Look, what the NHL did with the Four Nations tournament was incredible. It was awesome. But that doesn't mean every other league can replicate it. The NBA has a players problem, really. They just don't care. They don't want to get injured. And I saw Draymond Green's explanation of the All-Star Game weekend and like how they have so many obligations they have to do as players, like with sponsors and parties to attend and podcasting things, which I love Draymond using his own podcast as an excuse as to why they don't give it their all in the game. But it's like, oh yeah, I can't do my main job well because my side hustle is getting in the way. All right, Draymond. I think it's ridiculous that like, I think the NBA has much bigger issues on their hands, but more so at the regular season than the All-Star game itself.
Tanking is a mess.
But right, like I just think that the NBA. It's funny. The NBA, when Adam Silver took over, and even early in the tenure of Adam Silver, was looked at as the most progressive of all of the leagues, adopting new rules and changing the game, and a lot of which was for the better. But for whatever reason, they have been almost as bad as the NFL as not being able to figure out their all-star game thing. And look, if you can't figure it out, maybe we just do away with it, because it's a waste of everyone's time. Did you see the dunk contest contestants today? Carter Bryant, Jackson Hayes, Kashad Johnson, Jace Richardson. those sounds like names of like players when you're 22 years deep in your NBA 2K franchise. Like 3 centers are in this dunk contest. A bunch of tall dudes dunking. Like
Yeah, that does
after the
nothing
dunk
for me.
contest, you want to. Yeah, you want to come over to my house and watch me dunk on my daughter's Little Tykes hoop too? Like it's just I don't know. The NBA has so many issues with this weekend, and I think we're starting to see the beginning of the end. Pretty soon, they're going to move this to a game of flag basketball, and it's going to be played on a Tuesday night.
Yeah, right. The Pro Bowl games in the NFL were a disaster. We'll get to that in a second as well. You're 100% right on the dunk contest. I understand for years everybody's hoped that we'd get one of the biggest stars in the game. They're just not going to do it. It sucks. I wish
Right.
LeBron, or I wish,
It,
of course, Giannis would have been able to do it, willing to do it, or you go on and on and on. But they're not, and so we get these names. Jackson Hayes is like the only name that people maybe kind of know. That's the name that stood out to me, and that's probably because I collect sports cards. That's about it. Like that's the
yeah,
only reason why. I remember when he was coming out of college,
right.
like that's it. And seeing a 7-footer, on his tippy toes is not exciting for a dunk contest or something. I mean,
Right.
it just doesn't
Yeah.
it doesn't do anything for anybody. But that's exactly what it is. Listen to what Kevin Durant said. He's been in the league for a while and he speaks his mind. This is what Kevin Durant had to say about the entire All-Star game and weekend.
You should ask the Europeans and the world team if they want to compete. Because when you look at Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic now, let's go back and look at what they do in the All-Star game. Is that competition? So we haven't questioned what they've been doing, but we're going to question the old heads and the Americans. But these two dudes out there, Luka and Jokic, they don't care about the game at all. These dudes be laying on the floor, they shoot from half court, but you got to worry about the old heads playing hard. I can read between the lines, bro. And I just think a lot of times, I'm just saying that I can read between the lines. And it's not just about you. It's just an overall topic that everybody's talking about. You just have to ask me that question.
That was Kevin Durant speaking his mind like he always does. He's 100% right, by the way. That, yeah, people want to say like the old players don't care. But yeah, Jokic, who has been multi-time, MVP in this league, is one of the faces. We've seen his effort level. These players just do not care. And my guess is this world fix that they're doing this year is not going to change any of that. I think we have seen that. I'm at the point with most of these leagues, other than the Four Nations face-off or maybe the MLB All-Star game, just announce who's an all-star and let's just move on with our lives and be done with it. It stinks that has come to this because as a kid, I loved watching the All-Star game. Heck, even as a kid, I kind of enjoyed the Pro Bowl, believe it or not. But now on the NBA, the NBA and NFL side, just give me the list and let's move on. The Pro Bowl games, you alluded to Tuesday night. They moved it to Tuesday night because nobody cares. And ratings for that flag football mess that they aired Super Bowl week out in San Jose, actually, 50 to 60% drop in viewership with only 1.9 to 2 million viewers, a record low compared to even 4.7 in 2005. The Pro Bowl is dead, and the All-Star game, if this doesn't go well this weekend in the NBA, I think there's a chance that we see it scaled back as well.
Yeah, and to kind of what Kevin Durant said, there are 2 things real quick because he's like he's hitting with the old the number 1 play out of the political playbook. It's the whataboutism. Oh, you're going to say the old heads aren't playing hard. Well, what about the Europeans? And I do 2 things are true here. First of all, the old heads are partially to blame for not playing hard and turning this game into the mockery that it is. But also, yeah, he is right when it comes to the Lukas and the Jokics of the world. It's like not performing. But if you think about it, the entire concept of an all-star game format is uniquely American. You don't really see it in other countries. And that's one of the reasons why you see Nikola Jokic playing so hard for his country to win a bronze for Serbia, because it means so much to him. That means a lot to him. And so the NBA saw that and said, oh, well, why don't we bring that to the NBA? Well, this is a made-up thing, like you can't, and Draymond Green talked about this on his podcast about how you can't come up with these concepts and make them mean something right away. And I do think there is some truth to that, but I just don't think that you're going to see the same intensity. You're not going to see a brawl as soon as the puck drops or as soon as the ball is tipped, like you saw in the Four Nations tournament last year between USA and Canada. Just because these guys, the players just don't care. If they don't care about the regular season, they're not going to care about the All-Star game. So I think there's bigger fish to fry, and it's just a shame that we're seeing it because, like you, I loved NBA All-Star Game Saturday night. That was like must-watch television for me growing up. From the skills competition to the three-point contest, and then the cherry on top of that beautiful Sunday was the dunk contest. Vince Carter, I think about.
The best.
Literally, Blake Griffin, Dwight Howard, like the iconic, and those were some of the NBA's biggest stars. And the NBA, more than any other league, loves to market and showcase their stars. Well, there's a problem when your premier event of the All-Star Game has no stars in it. Like, how are you going to make the stars such a primary thing with your marketing of the league, and then not have them in your All-Star weekend? Or even furthermore, going back to the regular season, not making, like, you promote these stars, and then, okay, I'm going to drop $20 for a Lakers ticket, and it just so happens I bought a game where LeBron is sitting out. It's hit or miss whether or not I'm actually going to see these guys in games. So to me, the NBA right now, I love the NBA, but it is up a creek without a paddle right now. Everything is a mess with the league.
Yeah, and I think this is the consequence, with the sport from a revenue perspective is in a great spot. But with that, we've seen, player salaries go up, but also, unlike the NFL and these other sports, NBA players have more power than any other sport. It's why we see these guys be able to force their way out to a different destination, even if they sign a mega contract. And that can make the sport exciting, no doubt. But it also, when you have the players, frankly, and I'm pro player for the most part in all these leagues, but when you have the NBA where the player has this much control in what goes on in the league, I think that leads to where we're at, whether it's the All-Star game, whether it's the tanking issue that exists. And it is a massive problem for this league. And I don't know, ultimately, like you go into the Utah situation for a second, where they found a loophole, to just not play their star player, their best player in the fourth quarter. And it's another form of tanking. How do you punish that? What's the solution there if you're Adam Silver to prove and also get in the way of a team that is trying to set themselves up for the future more? I don't know what the real solution is even with that.
Well, I mean, they started this week by handing out fines, $500,000 to the Utah Jazz for "quote unquote" tanking, which is funny because they did win one of the games where they sat their stars in the fourth quarter, which you saw the Utah owner hit Twitter and say, like, it's kind of weird that we got fined for a game that we won, fined for tanking. But look, everyone can see what you're doing, Utah, and the Pacers, they got fined $100,000 for doing basically the same thing. I think you have to hit them in their pocketbook first and foremost, which the NBA has done. But then I think you also have to take away the thing that they are tanking for, and I think that's the lottery. Really, it's in the NBA. It's if I just get in what is it, the top 14 teams, like, get at least some percentage chance of getting the number one pick, and obviously the higher you are, the more chance you have. I think you take away ping pong balls. I think you have to find a way to take away the reason that they are tanking, and it's just a shame that, like, it's an actual thing, because, like, in the NFL, a lot of people always say, they're tanking, they claim tanking. And maybe, like, in the case of, like, the Raiders in the final weeks of the season where they sit Max Crosby and Brock Bowers, maybe there's a little bit of that in there. But I think for generally, teams don't go into a season with tanking because there are jobs on the line. In the NBA, I believe there's just more security there, and I think you can get away with it, which is why you're seeing it happen, especially so blatantly this year. Like, it's not even... It's just a shame. And I feel like, you have to hit them in the pocketbook, and I think you ultimately have to take away those ping pong balls that everyone is vying for.
If you were looking at just some odds for All-Star Weekend, though, away from the tanking and everything, a break on that three-point contest, you've got the rookie Concanupple there, plus 250, Damian Lillard plus 430 to win the three-point contest, dunk contest, Carter Bryant. You were going through the names. He's the favorite to win the dunk contest. And as far as the actual All-Star game, tomorrow at, 5 o'clock Eastern is the first USA Stars versus USA Stripes. Plus 2.5 if you're sick enough to be betting on that.
I went onto the NBA website to see how they were selling this game, because I wanted to see it from their from the horse's mouth. Like I wanted to see how are they explaining how this new format is going to work. So I read up all about it, and some of the selling points that I picked up on the NBA.com website for this game. First of all, you got Ludacris, Shaboozey, and K-pop group Cordis highlight the weekend's entertainment. And I will say this. I love Luda. I love Shaboozey. I have no idea who Cordis is, but I'm sure they're great as well. However, they also feature first ever live performance of Round Ball Rock by John Tesh, which that,
okay.
Look, the game
right.
being on NBC, okay, I'm not tuning in for that dunk contest between, the sixth graders that I've never heard of, but I will tune in for John Tesh playing Round Ball Rock live because we've all seen the clip of the last time he played Round Ball Rock live at that concert, playing the answering machine clip and then showing the origins of that song and what it meant. I will tune in for that. However, right below that, they have this as a selling point. It's the largest party. Basketball fans from a record 56 countries are set to attend this weekend, while fans in 214 countries and 50 languages will have access to all-star broadcasts. More than 200 global content creators with a combined following of over 1 billion will also be on site. What? That's your selling point, NBA? That is your selling point. As just there's going to be a lot of people there from all over the world. Look, we're getting
that's not the draw
territory
for us. I don't know if
that's
that's the draw.
maybe
we need to check in with someone that's in Europe. Maybe Europe is more fired up than the United States for this. I don't know, but yeah, I don't care that there's a bunch of content creators going to your All-Star game from other countries.
When the NBA is selling the fact that it is an influencer convention, that to me is like, okay, this shark has been jumped, Fonzie.
All right, let's pivot to college basketball. We've got Duke and Clemson underway right now, actually, in ACC play. Number 4 Duke, early going, first 10 minutes or so of the game, up 13-12. As I mentioned, we've got some big-time matchups that could impact seeding in the NCAA tournament. We're going to check in with Mike Rutherford, covers college basketball for SB Nation. We'll ask him about some of these top teams, including how does Arizona bounce back after their first loss of the season.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That makes an overnight start. Louisville, the catch, fired, nothing but net. I mean, he is not touching the rim.
Brown Jr. there with a three-pointer in the second half against NC State over on ESPN. A career-high 45 points in that game. Louisville today in action. They're taking on a Baylor team that certainly has not been playing at the level that we got accustomed to the last couple of years. And Scott Drew, who knows, whether it's the NIL era and his philosophy just not working the same way. Not the same Baylor team, but top 25 Louisville is in action later on. And to talk about that and to talk more just about college basketball as a whole, we welcome in Mike Rutherford from thecardchronicle.com. He covers Louisville, also writes for SB Nation at Card Chronicle on Twitter. And this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Mike, great to have you on the show. We'll get into some of the other top 25 games today, but I do want to just start with Louisville and where they are at as a program. And it was not too long ago where they, of course, were one of the more embarrassing Power 4, Power 5 programs. Just what has changed to where they are at this point, and what's the feeling right now in Louisville about the potential of this squad?
Yeah, I mean, it's night and day from where the program was 2 years ago, obviously winning 12 games in 2 seasons. It got to a point where, I mean, I think if you were a Louisville fan who followed the program your entire life, your worst case scenario wasn't anywhere in the vicinity of where Kenny Payne took the program to. So year one with Pat Kelsey was about restoring normalcy, talking about on-court stuff, wins, losses, net rankings, seeding, and not off-court, scandals and FBI and vacated banners and then, 12-win seasons, 8-win seasons. Year two was about getting the program back to where I think the fan base expects it to be, which is competing for conference championships and being viewed as a legitimate threat to make a Final Four or win a national title. And, there have been times this season where I think the fan base has felt like the team has underwhelmed. All of a sudden you look up now, they've won 6 of 7. They played arguably, I don't think there's any question about it, actually, their best game of the season Monday night against a good NC State team that they beat by 41. Michael Brown ties the school record, sets an ACC freshman record with 45 points. Ryan Conwell picked a terrible time to score 31, but he was also phenomenal in that game. So, U of L, they've got something going right now. I think the fans are still, a lot of them at least, kind of like, it's great that they're beating the teams that they're supposed to beat and some good, not great teams, but are they really a team that now is capable of knocking off a top-tier national title contender? Because when they've had those opportunities this season, it has not gone great. And with Louisville's schedule being what it is, they're probably not going to have a chance to answer that question again until they potentially play Duke in the ACC tournament or play some teams in the NCAA tournament. But for right now, the vibes are high. But, I mean, you guys know how it is in a big basketball place. It ebbs and flows from game to game. If they go out there and they lose to Baylor, Pat Kelsey's right back to being a coach that's not good enough for this job, and the team stinks and all that stuff. If they win, then maybe we've got something here. But for right now, at least, the mood is good in the city of Louisville.
Mike, shifting things to the top of the AP polls, Arizona is a team that I struggle with personally. Every year I buy into Arizona and what they're doing, and this year more than probably ever. Started out 23-0, and this is a team that consistently has failed to make it out of the first game of the second weekend in March, and it's just kind of felt like this year was maybe different. Can you talk me into Arizona? Because after Monday night, now those doubts are starting to creep back in for me. Is this year's Arizona team different, or are we getting more of the same with the Wildcats?
See, I'm worried you're giving me an assignment where we're going to be on the exact same page, because I have bought into Arizona as well multiple times in the Tommy Lloyd era, only to have them break my heart and make me look like an idiot come March. So I am looking at them with cautious optimism, I think the same way that you are. They've got that really odd statistical profile of a team that dominates in a lot of areas but shoots the third fewest three-pointers in college basketball. And I think there are a lot of questions about, we have questions, obviously, about teams that are overly reliant on the three, and can you really win a national title playing that style? I think the same types of questions are out there for a team that's 363rd in the country in three-point rate. Yeah, you're great inside. Yeah, you're a fantastic defensive team. Burries and Pete are two of the best freshmen in the country. Krivas is fantastic as well. Can you win a national title in a game where some team is going unconscious against you from the outside and you've got to play from 8 or 9 points down? The one thing to try and answer your question, to try and sell you on Arizona, here's what I'll say. Watching the game against Kansas Monday night, like, I'm not convinced that Arizona didn't deserve to win that game. I thought they were the better team for, probably 35 out of the 40 minutes. Questionable calls a little bit late. It kind of comes with the territory. Big Monday at Fog Allen. And then they unraveled a little bit themselves and helped Kansas out. I still think, Tommy Lloyd very clearly is a very good coach. Whether or not he can get it done. We love a good narrative in college basketball. Nobody can do anything in March, and then when they actually do it, we just flip 180 degrees and are like, of course he could do it. Tony Bennett couldn't win a national title playing that style until he did. Jay Wright couldn't win the big one until he did.
Right.
I think Tommy Lloyd kind of finds himself in that position now. All it's going to take is one breakthrough for everyone to give him the credit that he deserves. But I am suspicious of this Arizona team, not necessarily as far as them being like a legit Elite Eight, maybe Final Four team, but as far as them being one that can actually win 6 games in 3 weeks and win the national title. They're up there. They're not like the first, second, third, or fourth team I think I would pick to win the national championship right now.
Mike Rutherford covers college basketball for SB Nation as well as CardChronicle.com. You mentioned Monday night's game for Arizona. Their first loss of the year was at Kansas there at Allen Fieldhouse. And we were talking even off there before we got back on with you, just Darren Peterson. I can't remember a player that's been this frustrating. Look, I'm in Kansas. I'm a KU grad. I'm in Kansas City, so I'm 30 minutes from Lawrence. So you can imagine this has been a huge topic for months now. It is so bizarre. You can't really explain and know what's going to happen week to week. From a national picture, what do you make of this whole situation that's gone on for Darren Peterson? And should Kansas fans be very concerned that even in an elimination game, let's say it's the Sweet 16, that suddenly he just decides not to play through cramps or not to play through a hamstring injury?
I mean, it's beyond bizarre. Louisville was dealing with something slightly similar with Michael Brown being out for a month. And, I can't imagine the rumors that you guys are hearing on a day-to-day basis out there. The rumors here in Louisville, every single day it was, Michael's dad's fighting Pat Kelsey in practice and his agent showing up and telling him. I mean, everything that you could. I have a daily radio show here. Every single day it was the topic of discussion. So I can only imagine.
No doubt.
How it's been in Kansas with even less clarity, it seems like, on that situation. From the national perspective, I think it's gotten to a point now where, as good as Peterson is, and as likely as it is that he's going to be the number 1 pick in the NBA draft, I mean, there's no way he falls below 2. He now is at a point where I think his legacy is almost cemented when it comes to college basketball as being the guy that brought questions about load management to college basketball. Whether or not that's entirely accurate or not, that's become the narrative. My question with Kansas moving forward is, how do the players deal with this in the home stretch? If you're Melvin Council and Flory Badunga and Trey White, there's got to be at least a little piece of you after Monday night's game that's like, I'm sick of hearing about this dude. I'm sick of the distractions. We're just fine without him. Now, I don't think that's the case. They're clearly a very good team, even without Darren Peterson. But the notion that they're somehow more of a national title contender without DP, I think is absurd. When he's healthy, he is, I mean, it's hot take, remarkably good. I think he's probably the best player in the country. So how do you walk that line if you're Bill Self? Like how do you make the other guys okay with the fact that you're kind of going to have questions about Peterson's availability on a day-to-day basis? They're saying he's going to play today. It sounds like he's good to go. I kind of wonder how that's going to work because if, like I said, if you're Melvin Council, if you're Badunga, if you're these other guys, there's got to be at least that small part in the back of your mind that says, like, we don't need this guy. I'm sick of the distractions. We can play without him. So how do they kind of gel down the stretch? We're less than a month away from March. This is when you need to be hitting your stride. This is when have to know how your rotations are going to work and who can play well together and mixing and matching lineups and all that good stuff. And it seems like they've almost now, even with the win over Arizona on Monday, they've got more gigantic questions looming over that team than they have answers, even though they're playing better than they have this entire season. I'm curious to see how they handle all of that in addition with Hilton Magic today against Iowa State, because if they win that one, then forget everything that I just said. They're totally fine, and they're making this work.
Yeah, I think they're a legit national title contender to me after the win against Arizona. I don't disagree with you that Arizona made some mistakes down the stretch, but I think they have shown with and without Darren Peterson, they're at least a true contender. But for them to get to a Final Four, I think Darren Peterson does have to be on the floor. Now, with Iowa State, with Houston in that Big 12, do you believe it's pretty clear the Big 12 is the best conference in college basketball right now?
Oh, I don't think there's any question. I mean, I don't think they're up there with last year's SEC in terms of being historically good, but I think the top of that conference, I mean, you've got 6 teams that I think you can realistically characterize as legitimate national title contenders. I mean, Arizona's obviously up there. Iowa State's obviously up there. Houston, no questions, up there. And then I would also say Kansas, Texas Tech, and BYU. The last two, there's a little bit of a gap, I think, between those top 4 and those last 2. But, if you told me today Texas Tech gets a good draw, maybe a break in their region, they're fully capable of playing their way to the Final Four. And I think the same is true with BYU, with those 3 guys that are capable of hanging 90 points on just about anybody. So I don't think the middle and the bottom of that conference is quite as strong as the SEC was a year ago. But that's a insanely high bar to clear. I mean, when you get 14 of your 16 teams into the NCAA tournament, send 2 to the Final Four, and have the eventual national champion, I think you can make a legitimate case that last year's SEC was the best conference in the history of college basketball. But the Big 12 is the closest thing that we have to that for this season. So, yeah, it's a gauntlet. It's a juggernaut. It's a behemoth. And I think that I don't think it'll be one of those seasons where it doesn't play out in the NCAA tournament and all these teams will lose in the second rounds and we'll say, oh, they were kind of frauds. I think they've got a bunch of teams in that conference that are built for March.
Mike Rutherford, who covers college basketball for SB Nation, is with us now. And Mike, before we let you go, how does the Caleb Wilson injury change the trajectory for UNC this season?
I mean, I think it's enormous. I think it was Evan Miyakawa was talking about in his rankings, Caleb Wilson's clearly the most valuable player on his team. And he said the best way that I can put it is right now they're 22nd in my rankings. You take Caleb Wilson off that team, they fall all the way to 43rd. They've got good players on that team still with that. I mean, Henry Visar's had a really good season. Seth Trimble's obviously been good. If you've watched North Carolina, I don't think it really matters what game you've watched them this season. You recognize that he's not only a human highlight factor. He's the heart and soul of that team. He plays with an energy level and a maturity, that combination that is, beyond his years. He doesn't seem like a freshman out there, even though he's got the baby face. He looks like a freshman, but he doesn't play like one. You take him away from that team, they've got a really difficult stretch to end this the regular season. If you look at their final schedules, they get to ease into life without Caleb Wilson today against Pitt. And that's really sort of the only reprieve they have. They're at NC State. They're at Syracuse, 2 teams that I think they're better than, but they've got to play them on the road. And then they wrap up things with Louisville, VT, Clemson, and then the rematch against Duke. So, Caleb Wilson's telling people he's going to be able to play this season. I don't know if that's ACC tournament. I don't know if it's last week of the regular season. But, he's going to give it a go. He very clearly is a guy that cares deeply about his legacy in college basketball and his mark at UNC. But if they don't have him for these next 3 weeks, they seem likely to drop at least 2 or 3 games, which is going to hurt their seat, even if the committee takes into account that Wilson wasn't there for those losses. But he's a dynamic player, and they will be a markedly worse team without him.
Mike Rutherford of SB Nation, manager of the CardChronicle.com. Give him a follow if you don't already, at Card Chronicle on Twitter and X. Man, enjoy the action today. Certainly enjoy Louisville and Baylor. Appreciate you coming on the show.
Of course, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, Mike.
Good to talk a little college basketball here on Westwood One Sports. Up next, though, some of the sounds of the week, including a former teammate of a star quarterback not speaking all that highly about his teammate. Stuff you don't normally hear, plus what Mike Vrabel said about the disaster on the left side of that offensive line. That's coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. hits, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in 15 minutes, we'll get right back in to the NFL offseason, where the league year will get going around March 11th or so. We'll find out where some of these quarterbacks could end up, and we'll try to predict that a little bit, including a former NFL quarterback that sounds like once back in the game, but he's got a very specific criteria, and it feels like everybody maybe wants to go to one particular team. How will that play out? We'll get into that in 15 minutes, but it's that time of the show here on Westwood One Sports where Austin and I get to some of the sounds of the week, and we start in Pittsburgh, where Joey Porter Jr. was not holding back whatsoever about his former quarterback that helped him win a Super Bowl championship, of course. That would be Big Ben. This was on the Not Just Football podcast.
The 7 dude that we don't talk about.
I know.
Is crazy. Like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Like that he's did is foul of all foul. He's not a good teammate. He won a Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that, but we protected him because I've only won one Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
So that was Joey Porter Sr., of course, with those comments there about Big Ben. Foul is foul. I mean, that's about as strong as you'll ever hear a former teammate talk about a player. But look, I'm not surprised. I mean, we all know when he was playing. I don't think anybody's shocked to hear that. Perhaps just maybe, maybe Big Ben wasn't the nicest dude around. But you never hear that. And the reason why these comments happen is because, remember, during the season, Big Ben was firing shots towards Mike Tomlin and questioning, his future with Pittsburgh and the mistakes that he was making.
Yeah, I mean, strong words from a former teammate, man. Like, to call him just straight up like a bad person. Like, I mean, again, Joey Porter has never minced words on or off the field, but it is kind of wild to hear that from him, especially considering his son on the team, is still kind of there in Pittsburgh. It's I don't know. I mean, like, look, I think we've all got our thoughts about Ben Roethlisberger, some kind of dispelled over time, but early on with the legal ramifications that he ran into in a bathroom in Georgia, like we all know the story there, but to hear that from a player is like, man. And look, you're going to have, in every workplace, you're going to have coworkers that just flat out don't like each other. That doesn't necessarily mean they can't get along to make it from 9 to 5 at their day job every single day. Like, clearly they could, but to say that after the fact, especially years after the fact, and like you said, like, Roethlisberger has been very critical of the Steelers on his podcast at times, and he's kind of keeping himself in the limelight, but for it to come all these years later and that vitriol, I don't know. It's strong. It is strong, to say the least.
You mean, you mentioned Big Ben's got a podcast and Joey Porter's on a podcast and Tom Brady's got his own podcast. I would love to have known, if we go back to like the 70s and 80s and even 90s, if these guys all had podcasts. Yeah, right. Like, what kind of smack are they talking? Not just on, of course, opponents, but on ex-teammates and things like that. So, I mean, it's obviously fascinating, that the platform that these guys have and speaking their mind. I appreciate Joey Porter telling it like it is, at least how he feels and everything. But I always wonder, just like, man, could you imagine if you had social media or these podcasts with some of the guys in the 90s? Could you imagine if Michael Irvin in the 90s had a podcast as well while he was
my gosh.
Or Deion?
He would probably only get to it like once every 2 weeks, though. Like, it's like the thing about podcasts, you got to stay consistent with them. You got to stay on that weekly drop schedule. And some of the guys in the 90s, I don't know if they would have been able to keep that consistency going.
Mike Vrabel is someone that's made headlines in the past by being on certain podcasts. That was part of the storyline going into the Super Bowl and what he was willing to perhaps cut off. Now, he doesn't have to do that. They lost, so no need to be asked about that anymore. His response, though, to it was pretty great. If you guys caught that from last week in typical Mike Vrabel fashion. But he was asked about his offensive line play following that dreadful performance, specifically by Will Campbell on the left side, that certainly made it very difficult for Drake May. This is what Mike Vrabel had to say about Will Campbell.
Just like everybody's has, you know what I mean? Like, that's what you had. When you sign up to play left tackle, you sign up to play corner, you sign up to play quarterback, you sign up to be the head coach. You get judged, you get scrutinized. Will's 22 years old. He's our left tackle. He'll get better. He'll get stronger. Moments where he played well, moments where he blocked a guy. There's plays he'd like to have back. We're not moving Will to guard or to center or to tight end or anywhere else.
He claims as of now they're not changing positions for him. We'll see how that plays out if that's actually the case. I'll say this, though. Will Campbell, I understand you had the worst game of your life in the biggest stage. I thought it was extremely weak, though, in the Super Bowl when you have such a big impact the way you did. You didn't speak to the media at all after the game. To me, that was pretty weak. I get it. He's 22 years old, right? And it was probably one of the worst days of his life, considering how it played out. But I thought that was a terrible look for him not to speak after the game. And I don't know. Ultimately, I mean, I'll take Mike Vrabel at his word for now. But I thought you got to move the guy to guard. But if the injury rumors are true and all that, then maybe that also contributed to his terrible performance in the Super Bowl.
To the Patriots' credit, they did have exit interviews the day after the Super Bowl, which you don't typically see from teams that play in the Super Bowl. And Will Campbell did speak then and basically said, look, if you talked to me after the game, I wouldn't have said anything great at all, and I needed that time to kind of recoup. But this, to me, is a much bigger, glaring issue with Vrabel. We alluded to it earlier in the show, and this is an issue that I brought up last week. It's an issue that I think is a blind spot in Mike Vrabel's coaching position and look, everyone has their flaws. Everyone has blind spots, right? Like Leonardo DiCaprio, legendary actor, but he was still in Critters 3, right? Like everyone, we can look at the goodness of them, and we do with Mike Vrabel all the time, but he also has some bad. There was a reason he went 6-18 down the stretch in his time in Nashville. And it's that stubbornness and the inability to change and believing in players when they probably shouldn't be believed in. The Titans had a plethora of left tackles that he would not move away with, or he could not find issues or could not find solutions for. Dennis Daly is a big one in Titans lore that is Titans fans will get PTSD flashbacks just hearing that name. And Will Campbell is starting to get there with the Patriots. And if Vrabel doesn't figure anything out, then it's going to be he's going to be Matt Damon, and this is going to be his We Bought a Zoo, right? Like, this is, everyone has their flaws, and I don't know. I feel like Vrabel needs to figure this out if they want to have any long-term success. And look, they have an entire offseason, but he had a couple of off seasons there in Tennessee and wasn't able to figure it out, especially on the offensive line and the issues that they had there. So I'm hoping that the problems that he had in Nashville did not follow him north to New England.
I mean, so much of this is going to really decide whether or not you think Drake May, is going to bounce back and have an unbelievable regular season again like he had this past year. What they do on the left side, what Will Campbell ends up being, the decisions that Mike Vrabel makes. And, as I said, they have a ton of cap space. That's the one thing they really do have going for them is, hey, it's another year of knowledge for Drake May, but also whether it's a wide receiver. This is why I was still surprised they're not going to move Will Campbell. I think they've got to still beef up the left side of that offensive line. And I'm not convinced, that the comments a week after the Super Bowl reinforcing confidence in the kid mean that you're not actually going to be in a position in 2 months where suddenly there's a free agent or there's a draft pick that you like better.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it's like Vrabel is a former player, so he knows how players want to be treated, and players would like to get that confidence instilled with him. But fans don't, because fans are watching these games, and fans are at an all-time intelligence level while watching the game, based off of all the outlets that you have to learn the game and to watch film on the game, in the 6 days in between games. And but Vrabel right now, if he was an MLB manager, his pitcher could give up 4 home runs in a row and he would still leave him in. And that's just the kind of coach that Vrabel is. And I hope he finds a fix for it. All right.
Those are some of the sounds of the week. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on Westwood One Sports. Up next, let's stick with the NFL a little bit, including where some quarterbacks could end up over the next month as the league year approaches. And there's a retired quarterback that might want back in.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Gameday, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You can watch the show as well. Don't forget over on YouTube if you want to take part in the show on the YouTube chat. YouTube, search for BetMGM tonight. Another way to interact with the show. Also on Twitter, X, at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff. Of course, you can listen to the show on Westwood One Sports affiliates across the country. Also on SiriusXM Channel 375, the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app. And we always appreciate some of the comments there on social media. So we know we're a few weeks away from getting a clearer picture on who some of these teams' quarterbacks could be in the NFL based off of a weak draft class, right? We know Mendoza's going 1 to the Raiders. After that, could somebody surprise us and take Ty Simpson a lot sooner? Otherwise, it feels like he might be the only other quarterback taken in round 1. We know Trinidad Chambliss is coming back for another year in college football. So it sure looks like just a 2-quarterback first round. So if you're a free agent quarterback, this is not a bad year to be one, although there apparently is one preferred destination, Austin, because Jeremy Fowler over at ESPN hinted at that, which is, hey, if you're one of these free agent quarterbacks, everybody is intrigued by Minnesota. Kind of makes a lot of sense. Kevin O'Connell is one of the bright offensive mind coaches. Justin Jefferson is there. Look at the success that Sam Darnold was able to have there a couple years ago. And even last year in a disaster campaign from J.J. McCarthy and who was the rookie out of Minnesota, Max Brosner or whatever. They won 9 games under Kevin O'Connell. So the guy can coach. You got weapons there. The Vikings seem like they're willing to pivot to somebody. My question, though, is who's on the move actually? Because I'll start with Kyler Murray. And he was disappointing and hurt last year, and Jacoby Brissett actually looked better than he did in the Arizona system, but they have a brand new head coach and Mike LaFleur coming over from the Rams. I actually think Kyler Murray's not on the move. I believe Kyler Murray will end up staying, so that takes one of the bigger names off the table. I think Kyler ends up staying with the Arizona Cardinals. You know, Tua's going to be available, as it looks like Miami's probably going to move on from him with a brand new regime. So those are 2 of the more experienced names that I think are off the board.
Well, what's the alternative? What's the alternative if the Cardinals decide not to go with Kyler Murray? Like, I agree with you. I think Kyler Murray's setting up shop in Arizona for another year, if not a couple. But if you don't, well, where are you going? What, Tua, Kirk Cousins? I mean, like who else is better for you than Kyler Murray? Because Kyler Murray has shown flashes. It hasn't been consistent, but he's shown flashes. I just don't think that this is not the year to go out and try and sign a free agent quarterback, because you look at the list and it's a bunch of backups. And I mean, maybe you take a shot with Malik Willis, who looked good in his time in Green Bay. And him being paired up with a LaFleur, going from one LaFleur to another, I think would probably help him in his trajectory, because he's had a glow up. But other than that, I mean, like Davis Mills, Anthony Richardson, none of these guys jump off the page at you to be a starter in Arizona. So I almost feel like Arizona's best option is Kyler Murray, is it not?
I agree. We talked about even, Aaron Rodgers. Does he want to come back? And it seems like there's momentum that he would just go to Pittsburgh, for example. And
right.
So they'll stick with the aging veteran path. Yeah, it is not a good year to need a new quarterback in the NFL. And the Vikings, there's a reason why they're the most intriguing spot, as we pointed out. And there's another name that could potentially jump the line, like ahead of a Kirk Cousins or a Will Levis or a Jalen Milroe, if you think he actually has an opportunity. I think Malik Willis will actually get a starting gig next year. And my prediction is that it's actually in Miami. I think that's where he ends up, although if I were Pittsburgh, I would rather sign Malik Willis, and at least the ceiling potentially is higher. You already know where you're at with Aaron Rodgers. You're what you were this year. You're right. Going to be a 9 or 10-win football team. That's probably a one-and-done wild card round type of team. But what about Derek Carr? Derek Carr and his brother host a podcast, the Homegrown Podcast. Listen to this conversation they were having, where it sure sounds like Derek Carr wants back in.
Moral story, would I come back? The answer obviously is yes.
Good, okay, great.
But I have I had to say no a couple of times so far.
Yeah, Will, we know that. Do I have any purple and gold?
Go Lakers.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. It's Laker season.
That's right. I told you this. It hasn't changed from the first interview that we did.
Tell them.
Okay.
Tell the people.
All right. Would I do it? Yes. Would I do it for anybody? Absolutely not.
Nope, there's no way. I know from experience. In the last couple months, he would not. So stop calling unless you're serious. Unless you're trying to make a run at this thing.
Yeah.
Right? The confetti falling.
Listen.
The Lombardi in the sky. That's what we're after, okay?
Yeah.
That's what we're after.
So would I do it? Absolutely, I would do it. I told you two things. I'd have to be healthy, and I would want a chance to win a Super Bowl.
That's two pretty
and
good
obviously,
factors.
that's a tough thing to find. That's hard to do. That's not easy.
I'm going to tell you right now, though, I know you're healthy.
Great to hear that he's healthy. All right, that's awesome. But let's remember, the criteria he just gave, where's he landing? Minnesota is about it. And are they, if they were going to go the veteran quarterback route, why would Kevin O'Connell bring in soon-to-be 35-year-old Derek Carr that he has no connection to? Wouldn't you just bring in Kirk Cousins? Wouldn't you just bring Cousins back home if that's like the type of quarterback you're looking for? I don't think there's a landing spot. Maybe Pittsburgh if Rodgers tells Mike McCarthy no. Derek Carr's not going to Miami because it doesn't fit the championship caliber criteria. But out of the championship caliber teams that might have an opening, and I don't even know if you consider Pittsburgh and Minnesota that's it. I don't think Derek Carr's playing for anybody unless we sit here in August and there's a key injury to a quarterback, or week 3, one of these playoff teams that feel like they got the roster to go win a championship, they find out their quarterback's done for the year and they call up Derek Carr. He also has his rights still in New Orleans. Now, I think they have moved on with Tyler Shuck and everything, so they'll probably just let him walk for next to nothing. But I don't think Derek Carr has a landing spot.
If I'm the Vikings, though, I low-key love the idea of Derek Carr as my quarterback. And I think I'm in the minority here. I am a Derek Carr stan. It goes Derek Carr, Ryan Tannehill, and Nickelback. 3 things that I think get hated on for reasons that, unbeknownst to me, because I think they are better than people believe. I think that Derek Carr is one of the most underrated quarterbacks just based off of PR status alone. I would love, if I'm a Vikings fan, bring Derek Carr in. Look, you're right. You're not getting, it's not a long-term solution, but it buys you some time. And really all you need, like I would take a Derek Carr playoff season better than the J.J. McCarthy alternative that they were handled last year. And I mean, with J.J. McCarthy, it's not necessarily even about J.J. McCarthy's play. It's about his availability. Most of the time he's not able to stay on the field. So I think I would love to take a stab at Derek Carr because I think Derek Carr is the Jared Leto of quarterbacks. And I know I've been doing this thing where I compare quarterbacks to actors, but people forget that, yes, he made Morbius and Suicide Squad, and it's been bad lately, but people forget the Requiem for a Dream and, the Dallas Buyers Club earlier on in his career. Like, he has some good things on his resume that people tend to forget just based off of what they've gotten lately.
I just don't know why if it came down to Kevin O'Connell choosing J.J. McCarthy or Derek Carr, sure, I'm with you. I would rather have Derek Carr. But Derek Carr or Kirk Cousins, if you're going to go in that veteran QB path and play in that world, why am I choosing Derek Carr, who hasn't played in a year, over Kirk Cousins, who already has a relationship with me in Minnesota, already knows Justin Jefferson, knows the offense? I just don't know why I would choose him over Kirk Cousins in this scenario. Derek Carr also does turn 35, and I'll remind you, when he was playing back in 2024, he got hurt. We all know that. Played in 10 games, had 2,100 yards, 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. But this offense in New Orleans looks better with Tyler Shuck than it did with him as a quarterback.
Well, yes, and he was dealing with some injury things there late, and I don't know. I would, I can't explain it, honestly. I can't explain why I like Derek Carr. He was close to there was a season there when he was with the Raiders where he was putting up MVP type season. And granted, it's
sure,
been
but he was 26 years old at that time.
Sure, he has aged quite a bit, but Kirk Cousins, I don't know if I'd want to go back to that Kirk Cousins. Well, we saw what Kirk Cousins was a little bit in Atlanta last year, and it wasn't anything too spicy. So if I'm gonna take my shot at someone, I'd probably personally, I would take my hand at a Derek Carr who has sat out a year and been healthy and not been bruised and battered for a year, given his body a chance to recover, than a Kirk Cousins who did show us what he is last year in Atlanta. I don't know. I don't know. And I think it's just a personal preference thing, but I think I still go with Derek Carr over Kirk Cousins in Minnesota.
I think it's the only place other than Pittsburgh that potentially would give him what he is wanting, which is a chance to go to the postseason, compete for a championship. I just don't know if any of these teams are as interested in him as he might be interested in them. And he joked about the purple and gold, and he joked about the Lakers. Obviously, they were talking about the Minnesota Vikings. He claims he has said no to a couple teams. I'd be fascinated to know what teams kind of reached out and poked around with his agent to see what kind of intrigue he would have with their particular franchises. I think this is one of those where you got to wait till post-draft. Does somebody draft a quarterback surprisingly? We all like Ty Simpson. Where does he go? Does he go to Minnesota? Does he go to Pittsburgh? Do the Rams proactively draft Ty Simpson to prepare for Matthew Stafford's final year? I don't know. That plays a huge role in this. But the teams that need quarterbacks, I mean, the Falcons do because Michael Penix Jr. still come back from an injury. The Colts, I actually disagree. I know we have our list on our rundown that we put together and our producers put together. I don't think the Colts need a quarterback. I think it's clear it's going to be Daniel Jones. The minute they traded for Sauce Gardner, they decided to move on from 2 first-round picks, and they basically backed themselves in a corner. They're going to have to give an extension to Daniel Jones. He'll be their quarterback this year.
Well, but Daniel Jones, he's going to miss at least a portion of next season with his Achilles. No, so they do need.
I'm not so sure about
someone there. You think he's going to be back in time for Week 1?
I think there's a chance. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on. You cannot tell me that you are coming to me from Kansas City and you have more belief in Daniel Jones coming back from an Achilles injury than your own Patrick Mahomes coming back from a torn ACL. I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be ready for Week 1, and you kind of scoffed at that idea.
Two different injuries.
Well, sure, but I guaranteed Patrick Mahomes would be back for Week 1, and you're like, nah, I don't think he is. But now you're telling me Daniel Jones with an Achilles, which I think is a worse injury to have than, especially when it comes time for explosiveness and things like that on a football field. You think that Daniel Jones, who has noticeably been a worse quarterback over the length of his career than Patrick Mahomes, has a better chance to come back than Patrick Mahomes?
Well, first of all, how bad they are as a quarterback has nothing to do with rehab and recovery. Like that, obviously, Patrick Mahomes is better than Daniel Jones, but that has nothing to do with going through the rehab process. And I did not say there's no chance Patrick Mahomes is ready Week 1. Let me clarify. I've been saying it for weeks here locally. I do radio in Kansas City. I have said I am not as confident as some people are that it's a sure thing. You talk to any Chiefs fan, they'll tell you, oh, yeah, there's no chance he misses Week 1. Look, he's going to do everything possible to be ready Week 1. I think there's a chance for sure. But nobody can definitively say that here in February. The Chiefs don't even definitively know. The timeline is ready for Week 1, and I do. I think there's a real chance. I also think there's a real chance, especially depending on how the schedule looks when it comes out in May, that he misses the first couple weeks of the season. Now, it's not going to be like, hey, he waits till Week 2. If he's ready Week 2, he's ready Week 1. I'm with you there. But Daniel Jones, the reports out of Indianapolis that he's supposed to be ready for training camp.
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, I can guarantee it. I know the Chiefs won't. I know you won't. I will guarantee it. Patrick Mahomes is ready Week 1. He has some sort of voodoo magic about him where injuries don't affect him. It's like on Madden, he has an injury turned down to 0, and he just somehow is able to make it back. He'll be fine. The Colts, however, I don't think they are fine because even if, let's say Daniel Jones does come back for Week 1, you have to have a backup quarterback. And I think the Anthony Richardson ship has sailed in Indianapolis. So
agreed.
They are, in a sense, in the market for a quarterback. And look, unless that Achilles holds up, it could be what turns into a starting quarterback in Indy.
So yeah, I'm not sold that Daniel Jones is going to go out there and put up crazy numbers again the way he did it. And yes, I understand that Jones is technically a free agent, but if you're Daniel Jones, why would you consider signing anywhere else anyway? Like, because what I'm saying is
No,
when they traded their first round picks for Sauce Gardner, they committed to Daniel Jones that day. And I get
Sure.
it how the season went. They were 7-1 when they made the Sauce Gardner trade. They were trending in a bad direction even before the Daniel Jones injury, because teams started to get a little bit of a feel of what they're trying to do with Shane Steichen and company.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that, like, I would be shocked. Like, sitting here, I would be shocked if Daniel Jones does not get an extension this offseason from the Indianapolis Colts. Like, we just got done talking about the available quarterbacks. Who else? Where else are they going, guys?
No.
Where else
And
are the Colts
I think they
going
should.
for a quarterback?
I think they should. I think Daniel Jones is one of those quarterbacks who benefited from a change of scenery, and he got into a place that works, and Shane Steichen has done a fantastic job with him and that offense. And when you've got a great running back like the Colts have, I think that he's in a good spot. I think Daniel Jones, I think he will be. But again, an Achilles is no joke. The time frame of which he can come back, if he can be back by week 1, I think you still need to have, because in my opinion, I don't think teams invest enough on backup quarterbacks. You saw firsthand in Kansas City when Patrick Mahomes left, it was already a struggling offense when he went down, but it was anemic after he left. So I feel like teams need to invest more in or at least focus more. Like, we focus so much on the quarterback position as at the starter level, but after that, it just drops off. Tennessee Titans are one example. You got Cam Ward and then Brandon Allen as your backup last season. And they saw the same thing. The one game that Cam Ward missed the final week of the season got blown out because they couldn't do anything offensively when Brandon Allen took over. Teams don't invest enough in their backup quarterback.
I don't disagree with that. I would say, yeah, you're right. The Chiefs' offense. I remember Gardner Minshew was the backup, but then he got hurt his first drive of the game in which he was supposed to be the backup. He had a knee injury. But Mac Jones is the prime example of what you're saying. Look what Mac Jones did when Brock Purdy was unavailable.
Yes.
And I know the 49ers right now publicly are saying, we're not trading Mac Jones. He's under contract. We like him. And it is nice to have that security blanket. I still think that's a bit of a leverage play. I mean, if somebody offers them a pretty impressive compensation package and believes in Mac Jones, I don't think they would say no. But there's an immense amount of value if you're the Niners, who have a huge a long track record, I should say, of injuries at the quarterback spot and otherwise, with the electrical substation rumors and all that crap that's going on out there in the Bay Area. Maybe they do hold on to Mac Jones. So we'll see. It won't be the last time we talk about QB carousel this offseason as we head into the month of March. And I'll be fascinated to see if Derek Carr is part of this equation or not. Up next, though, let's go back to the NBA. It is All-Star Weekend. You and I are very skeptical about the new festivities the NBA is bringing to the table. But let's talk about it with someone that covers the NBA. Plus, look ahead to the second half of the NBA season, some of the conference odds in the East and the West. Keith Smith covers the NBA for Spot Track. He's going to join us next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. The breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Checking out a little college basketball scores here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We mentioned a couple top 25 games going on in the second half. About 6 minutes into the second half, it is number 4 Duke on top of number 20 Clemson, 42-31. Number 2 Michigan taking on unranked UCLA. First half, 28-23. A game that just got started in Ames, Iowa. Number 9 Kansas, number 5 Iowa State. Big time showdown that could impact not only the Big 12 race, but who could be a number 2 seed in the NCAA tournament. Iowa State out to an early 14-9 lead, and everybody was keeping an eye on that one because of Darren Peterson. How much would he play after not playing on Monday night? So far, 9 minutes, 5 points on 2 of 4 shooting, including 1 of 2 from three-point range. So we'll check in on some more college hoops in just a bit. But let's talk about the NBA. It is All-Star Weekend out in Inglewood, California. We welcome in Keith Smith, covers the NBA for Spot Track, also host of the NBA Front Office Show. Give him a follow if you don't already, at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter and X. Keith, great to have you here on Westwood One Sports. Have you found anybody that actually believes this new USA versus the world format is going to lead to success and viewership and intrigue from everybody?
No one that doesn't work directly for the league, unfortunately. They're trying something new, and I will say people seem slightly more interested in it than they have in the past couple of years. But it just, I think we're long past the point where these guys, are going to put their all into all-star games. And I'll be quite honest, I don't know that guys that put their all in all-star games for a very long time. I remember back in the early 90s, Magic Johnson played in an all-star game when he wasn't an active player in the league and spent a good chunk of the fourth quarter taking half-court hooks. So these blood feud battles that people have dreamed up that they imagined happened back in the day, I don't think that's really ever how it's gone.
How would it not be possible that a coin flip to determine the winner would be more competitive than what the NBA has given us over the last half decade? Like, do you have any ideas on what the NBA could do to do this, or is this just like the end of Old Yeller? Do we just need to take it out back behind the woodshed and put it down for good?
I am sorry, I didn't get any of that.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying, do you have any ideas for what the NBA should do to fix this weekend? Like, do you have anything that they could get to bring back the competitiveness back into the game?
For the All-Star game?
Yes.
All right, looks like we're having some technical difficulties. We'll try to reconnect with Keith Smith. Keith Smith covers the NBA for Spot Track, also hosts the NBA Front Office Show. We'll try to get our connection figured out there, as Austin obviously was going to ask him just about some ideas. It's one thing for us to say this format's not going to work, but does anybody have an idea that actually gets the players to buy in? He makes a good point, though,
right,
about, we do probably dream. Like, when's the last time you actually felt the NBA All-Star Game was good, though?
Yeah, I honestly, like, I joke about doing a coin flip just to determine the winner, but at this point it's like, maybe, right? Like, maybe that's the move, because otherwise, like, it's just not what it is. And if the players aren't bought in, then you're not going to get the fan buy-in. And at some point, I think you have to just call a spade and just get rid of the thing entirely. And we're kind of there already in the NFL with the Pro Bowl. So at what point does the NBA kind of follow suit? And this comes from a guy, I used to love NBA All-Star Weekend. I used to look forward. I had this date circled in my calendar for months coming into it. Like, I loved the NBA All-Star Saturday night, watching the dunk contest back in the day. And, like, it used to be fun. And sure, not always did it live up to the hype, but I would still be coming back for the next week. So,
all right, I think we got Keith back with us. Keith Smith joining us from Spot Track, and he's talking some NBA with us. Sorry about that, Keith. We were asking you do you have any idea maybe, though, for All-Star Weekend to how to get people to buy in more, the players, I guess, most notably?
Yeah, I just don't know what they're going to be able to do. I think we're at a spot with this where the point I always make when fans say this is if your best player on your favorite team is out there, and he's sprinting full court, full speed, and pulls a hamstring and is now going to miss a month of action in the second half as you're fighting for playoff spot. Of course, you don't want that, right? So it's like I want to see everybody go hard, but I don't want to see anybody get hurt. And that's the main reason why these guys in a game that doesn't matter, there's no stakes to it. It means nothing in the end. It's an exhibition. I don't know how you're going to get them to play hard, and I don't know really if we really want them to go overly hard. I think you either just enjoy it for what it is, which is really good athletes out there, doing, some fun things, and, you just kind of watch them go up and down, and kind of is what it is. And maybe it's close in the fourth quarter and they kind of lock in for the final few minutes. But yeah, I think all-star games in general are kind of going the way of the dodo bird here, where I just don't know that they're ever going to be as important as they felt like they used to be.
Man, rest in peace to the dodo bird. Gone but not forgotten. We'll always remember it through our encyclopedias. What about tanking, Keith? What can the NBA do about tanking? Obviously, you saw the financial hits going down to the Jazz and Pacers this week, but is there anything more that the NBA, and I know this has been a problem for quite some time with sitting players and resting players, and obviously the Jazz being the most notorious for it, and they obviously got the heaviest fine with $500,000. What is the NBA's plan there? Do you think they'll ever get to the point where they'll take away some ping pong balls from these tanking teams?
I think we're getting closer to that. I think they're going to try a couple other things. They clearly are getting the competition committee together here next month at their regular meeting, and it sounds like it's going to be a major topic of discussion what to do. I don't think we're going to see any changes for this upcoming draft necessarily, unless some of the more egregious things continue to happen that we've seen. But they do not want these things where teams are shutting guys down for no real reason. They don't want these what the Jazz did, which was pull guys out of games, midway through the third quarter and then never put them back in because they feel like, all right, you're kind of losing the plot here of, the goal is to try to win. If guys have legit injuries, that's one thing. But yeah, they're really conscious of this. And one of the things that's finally getting them is you've got season ticket holders who are finally saying, hey, this is all well and good, and I'm excited to get a nice high draft pick in a rebuilding year, but I'm still paying full price for my tickets. In the meantime, you're going to do anything for me here? And if the answer is no, then they got to figure out a way to make these games a little bit more competitive. And they're going to try maybe changing pick protection rules and, getting to some other places. But it's a tough spot to be in for sure.
We're talking to Keith Smith from Spot Track here on Westwood One Sports. Now, trade deadline is in the rearview mirror. We obviously didn't get the movement, at least at the top, that we expected, perhaps with Giannis and Ja Morant, for example. But the Cleveland Cavaliers, they had the biggest jump in odds to win the Eastern Conference after their acquisition of James Harden. How do you see the Eastern Conference heading in kind of the second half of this season, where you got Detroit and Cleveland and Boston all kind of, and I guess New York for that matter as well, all kind of sitting atop the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, that's it. If you could tell me today who's the most healthy team by the time we get into the playoffs, I'd give you a better answer. But that just tells you, these four teams are all pretty close. Cleveland made the big move for James Harden. I think their other move to get Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder was a nice, smart depth move as well. And now they should be good, and they're hoping for better health for guys like Evan Mobley in the second half of the year. New York, they went through a rough period where they played pretty bad basketball, but it played pretty good on either side of that. Detroit's been great all year long. The Pistons have the best record in the NBA, which is just bonkers considering 2 years ago they were 8-46 at this point in the year and had lost 28 games in a row that season. And here we are 2 years later, they've got the best record of the league. And then the Celtics have played, fantastic without Jason Tatum, and now they are going to get him back at some point after the All-Star break, and we'll see what that looks like when he plays. So those four teams, it's going to be a battle all the way through, and I would be shocked if one of those four wasn't the team representing the East in the NBA Finals.
I think contractually we're obligated to ask you a LeBron James question. With this being his 21st All-Star game, is this his final All-Star game? And I mean that on two fronts. One, what do you think the future for him is in next year? And also, do you think he can continue at a high level? Obviously, he drops a triple-double this week, in his 40s. Can he keep the high level enough to make it back to a 22nd All-Star game? And if so, is he going to do it in Lakers colors or will it be elsewhere?
So to the last part, I think this is the last one he's going to as a member of the Lakers. I feel like we have been pointing towards LeBron leaving the Lakers for a few months now. When he didn't sign any kind of contract that went beyond this year with the Lakers, that was a sign of, okay, we are probably coming to an end with this relationship here. And I think the Lakers, when they traded for Luka Doncic, they have their guy now. That is the face of the franchise moving forward. So I do think we're going to see some changes in that respect. As far as LeBron, it's hard to tell. I think we're down to it now, whether it's the last year or two here for him. I think we are getting close to him calling it a career. So that's going to be, something, but there's a lot of buzz that maybe he goes back to Cleveland to kind of round it back out and plays one more year. As far as him making another All-Star team, I mean, it was a deserving addition, for him to get in there as a reserve. So no real issue there. And the question will be, does he want to continue to play? If he does, he'll be there. But I know if he plays next year, even if it's all right, he's not exactly putting up all-star numbers. I bet we get one of those ceremonial ads from Adam Silver like we had with Dwayne Wade and Dirk Nowitzki a couple years ago.
Yeah, I certainly have no issue if that's the path that they go down for the NBA. If there was also a player that deserved a farewell tour season, and LeBron James fits that as well. Keith Smith from Spot Track, host of the NBA Front Office Show. Thanks for bearing with us on some of the technical stuff there. We appreciate you coming on the show today.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Keith Smith, good stuff on the NBA heading into All-Star Weekend. Also some thoughts there on the Eastern Conference, which seems very tight atop the conference after some moves, including what Cleveland was able to do. And yeah, let's keep an eye on Jason Tatum, who is going to slowly work himself back, and all of a sudden come playoff time, I think is going to be a massive addition for the Boston Celtics. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Up next, let's get back into the NFL a little bit. I thought there were two things that came out this week for the league that reminds us of the greed that always exists, and frankly, the fact they don't want a whole lot of transparency from their players toward the owners. I'll explain what that is next here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll get into some college football, the continuing story of the offseason around players seeking an extra year of eligibility, the NCAA continuing to lose in these court cases and puts the NCAA in a really tough spot. Plus, there was a politician at the federal level that has some ideas, perhaps, to fix all this. We'll discuss whether or not that's the only way to fix it. And if you want the government, frankly, getting involved in collegiate sports. So that's something we'll get into next hour. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day on the Westwood One and Sports. And you can watch the show on YouTube. And, of course, listen to the show on Sirius XM Channel 375, Westwood One affiliates across the country, Westwood One Sports app, and the Odyssey app. Let's get to the NFL and what I think has been an interesting week for them, because two stories came out in about a 24-hour period, and both are, to me, about greed, but also not wanting transparency and worried about public perception. For starters, there's a Yahoo Sports report that says we're going to get some Wednesday night football to open up the 2026 NFL season, Austin. Wednesday night. And full disclosure, I'm addicted to the NFL, and so are many of you, and I will be watching on Wednesday night. If they played it on Tuesday night, I would be watching. And that's what the NFL is banking on, right? They know they got us. I just wonder, when is it too much? Is it a 20-game schedule that's too much? Is it Wednesday night football and football 7 nights out of the week? When does it truly impact it? Because Yahoo Sports is saying that the NFL will have a Wednesday game to open the 2026 season, with 49ers Rams in Australia being either on that Wednesday or Thursday as part of opening weekend. Whichever day the game does not take place, the Seahawks get their home opener to celebrate their championship. And if I was a Seattle fan, I'll tell you this, if I'm not the first game out of the gate, I'd be ticked. I'd be really upset about this entire scenario. That's kind of the reward you get. You get to be the showcase game. So maybe other fan bases can act like it doesn't matter. I'm just telling you, if your team won the Super Bowl, I'd be upset if all of a sudden my division rival gets to open up the season, the 49ers and the Rams instead, and it's not Seattle getting to celebrate. So I thought this was a greedy move anyway, as we all know, to keep playing international games, and they are going to. But now you're going to mess with the opening schedule. You can't play on a Friday night.
Yeah, I don't think we haven't had a Wednesday night football game since, I believe, COVID, right? I believe COVID was the
Chiefs,
only other
Bills.
time we had aside from, your holiday slates, which I believe Christmas fell on a Wednesday at one point. But yeah, I don't know. I always go back to the quote of Mark Cuban saying, fat pigs get slaughtered eventually. And I will say, to the NFL's credit, they've been able to make this pig fatter and fatter and fatter every single year. And there has been no end in sight. But at some point, all this talk about going to a 18th week on the schedule, maybe doubling up on bye weeks, less preseason games, and then, playing on every night of the week. What it seems like, we're dipping into the Mactions territory of playing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays nights now. I don't know. I think it's a little much. I don't know if you feel this way, but there is a sense of relief for me when the football season ends, because obviously we watch these games like it's our job, mainly because it is. But I think there's a lot of fans that watch the NFL like it's their job, even when it's not. And for me, there is this sense of relief a little bit when the season ends, because it's like, okay, I finally get my weekends back and I get some time back to knock out some things. Everything that's been building up on my honey-do list can get knocked out now in the off season. And a large part of that is because every night it feels like there's football during the regular season. So to me, I don't know. I just don't want to see the NFL get to the point where they try and do too much, and then you start to see revolts. And when the CBA is negotiated, we have any sort of lockout or any sort of thing that pushes back on football, because the NFL is asking too much out of its players. And now the fact that the owners aren't even being held accountable because the team report cards are no longer allowed to be released, that's accountability more than anything. That is, and you've seen team owners, the good team owners, take action when those NFL report cards have come out. We got an F in how we treat our players' families. Well, we're going to up that in our game. But then you've got owners like Woody Johnson, who has spearheaded this whole campaign, arguably one of the worst owners in football. He was the one that, wanted to get all of this stopped. And sure enough, now it's stopped. And I don't know. I just think that I don't think it's bad yet, but I think like a storm cloud is starting to brew over the NFL on many different fronts.
Yeah, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. You brought up the report cards because that was the other element to this week, man, that the NFL informed all 32 teams that these NFLPA report cards, well, they didn't like them, okay? They didn't like the pressure it was putting on their owners. And an arbiter determined that the NFLPA is conduct related, as in they claim they were nitpicking on what criteria to highlight in all this. They ordered it to stop being made public. And so we're not going to see these NFLPA report cards anymore. And I agree with you that it was a way for there to be some transparency, and it did put some pressure on the owners. That's exactly why the owners did not like it. So I think anytime you have transparency and people can point to issues they have in their workplace, in this case, more power to them. I do think, though, the NFLPA grading, part of it became a joke to me, and I'll give you an example why. For right here in Kansas City, they were the 26th team out of 32, I believe, on the report card. Their owner, Clark Hunt, was a C-. Their training their locker room, not their game day locker room, which had been renovated, but their training facility, everyday, weekday practice locker room, is very much outdated. And a lot of that is they're waiting for the new stadium. They didn't want to put any more money into it. Okay, that's truly what was going on. So you want to call the owner cheap, fine, but that was the reality of it. And players were complaining about little stuff, like the chairs were too small and stuff that I think the average person listening is like, okay, come on. But it's still the workplace, and everybody has their gripe with their workplace and things they would like to see better. What to me made it a joke, though, was like Chris Jones for the Chiefs. He sent out a tweet the day after he got a massive contract extension. This was a couple years ago. His tweet said, Clark Hunt, A+ owner. And so to me, that proved ultimately what the deal is. If you get the contract you want and you're winning games, everybody loves their boss. Everybody thinks things are great. If you think you're not getting paid enough, suddenly you're not a big fan of your boss. You're not a big fan of ownership. So I think, yes, it made the owner's answer to perhaps things they need to do better. There's no doubt every workplace can do things better. There's no perfect workplace. That doesn't exist. I don't care what you do for a living. But I thought a lot of it is like, was the player just not happy about their contract, and so like they're gonna grade harder? And so I that was my issue, and it was more the optics of it looked bad for a lot of teams, and the owners did not like it, and so they pushed back, and we're never gonna see these report cards. What we're gonna get now, though, Austin, we're gonna get sites like The Athletic and ESPN that are just now gonna have anonymous quotes every year from players saying, yeah, there's an anonymous player for the Tampa Bay Bucks says that locker room sucks. That's what we're gonna get now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And when you have 53 men on a roster at over 32 NFL teams, you're going to have a lot of players that have various feelings about the way their individual company is run. But to me, this whole thing is Instagram versus reality. The Chiefs on Instagram, they're hoisting Lombardis. They're looking great. The reality is, they were ranked 26th last year out of 32 teams based off of those grades. And like you said, yeah, there are differing things that go into, what makes up those rankings and those report cards. But to me, it's the one shred of accountability that players had to hold over ownership and the companies that they work for. These teams put suggestion boxes up outside their office door, and when they opened it up and read some of the reports that they got back, they ripped the suggestion box off the wall and threw it out the window of their high rise. I just don't think that's fair, or it's right. And look, you could get into a deep longer discussion about the way billionaires try and perceive and own the PR battles, or their image and how they look and appear to everyone. But the reality is, we're all flawed, and if you can't come face to face with the fact that you don't do one thing right, if I got a report card on my sports talk radio hosting, I would probably find out that I say and like and all the time. But I need to hear that to better myself. And if I don't hear that, I'm probably not going to better myself and probably at times even get worse. So to not be held accountable by the people that work for you, to me, is an incredible injustice for the players themselves and really for fans as well. Because if the players aren't happy, you're probably not going to get a good product on the field, and then things are just going to spiral from there. We always talk about how the best teams have the best ownership, and if ownership can't be held responsible for their shortcomings, then what are we even doing?
No, I don't disagree. I there is some correlation with that. Although, again, a team was 26th in these rankings, and they went to 3 straight Super Bowls. So is it a direct impact, or is it just, hey, you got the best quarterback and it can mask some things? But I'm with you on the transparency aspect. I mean, it is all these guys had. I do think from a fan perspective, there is still, you brought up billionaires. I think there are people that are like, okay, it's still a workplace, and that's what I would say, but people will say, well, it's billionaires and millionaires, and we got millionaires complaining about their seat in the locker room's not big enough, or the lunch wasn't up, the food wasn't quite good enough.
Right,
and so,
right.
Again, it's their workplace, so it's still a workplace, but I think there are a lot of people that roll their eyes at it at the same time, like, really? Like, I don't want to hear about your problems. That happens a lot of times, as you were saying, when we get into this. That's why the CBA negotiations in baseball next year are going to be so nauseating, because it's going to be billionaires and millionaires fighting over something, and ultimately the fans are going to probably lose some baseball games. But up next, I do want to talk about college football. They got their own problems, man. How's the NCAA supposed to enforce anything with these court cases, plus a suggestion from the federal government? Is that what we need in college sports? We'll get to it next here on Westwood One Sports.
Kickoff to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you till 4 o'clock Eastern here on BetMGM Game Day. Of course, on Westwood One Sports. If you're new to the show, appreciate you guys checking it out. This is our permanent time slot. We've been bouncing around a little bit during the postseason, but you can catch us each and every Saturday from 11 to 4 Eastern here on Westwood One Sports on SiriusXM channel 375. Also the Odyssey app, Westwood One Sports app, of course, affiliates across the country and on YouTube. We'll get to some college basketball in 20 minutes, not only about bigger picture seed line bracketology, but got some top 25 games going on right now. Duke actually just wrapped up. Number 4 Duke got a 67-54 win against Clemson. You've got number 9 Kansas down 10 at halftime against number 5 Iowa State. Number 2 Michigan up just 2 in the second half, 40-38 on unranked UCLA. And then Nebraska, the number 7 team in the country, having an unbelievable year for Fred Hoiberg and company. They're trying to bounce back after suffering just their 3rd loss in the season. They are just up by 1 on Northwestern at halftime. So we'll talk some college hoops in a bit, but let's talk college football, man, because Trinidad Chambliss got some good news this week. He has been granted a 6th season of eligibility. Now, there could be another appeal by the NCAA if they want, but that seems somewhat unlikely right now. A Mississippi State court judge cleared the way for him to be eligible. And that's the other thing. Like, anytime these are happening, you find a judge in your backyard that's going to be favorable to you in these situations. You knew where this was trending for Trinidad. Now, this is different than like Diego Pavia or some of the other guys. This is a medical redshirt issue and going back to Ferris State. So this is not just about, truly getting like a 7th or 8th year of eligibility for no reason. There was an injury dispute here and what he claims he was promised. And so Trinidad doesn't have to go to the NFL for at least another year. He'll be the starting quarterback at Ole Miss. But man, this is where I think the NCAA, which is a joke and has problems, how are they supposed to do their job, though? I mean, honestly, like, if all these players can just go to a local, state judge that's going to be favorable to them, and the NCAA is trying to enforce rules that yes, there might be some gray area, but they can't even have their rules stand up anyway. So what are they supposed to do?
Yeah, and one quick clarification for our friends in the South. You said it was a Mississippi State judge that overturned it. It was a judge from the state of Mississippi that overturned it. Because if it was a Mississippi State judge, we know it would not have been overturned.
Yeah.
But it's very funny. And, like, if you're going to tell me that there was completely impartial judgment by whatever judge heard that case, well, you've very clearly never been in SEC country. I grew up in the heart of it in Nashville, and that is their bread and butter. That is their NFL. It's college football every single Saturday. They live and die about it. In fact, I tuned in because I like to tune in to sports talk stations from around the country. Occasionally, I'll tune in to Alex's show in Kansas City. Sometimes I'll tune in to the station I used to work at in Nashville. And I'll pop in, and sure enough, I tuned into Nashville this past week, and they were talking about college football games from 10 years ago, and because that's just what you do. It's the lifeblood there, and the fact that Trinidad Chambliss gets a 6th year of eligibility. Look, I think it's neither here nor there. I don't think it is. I do think it is a little funny the stipulations that were laid forth to earn him that medical red shirt, because he said that based on his 2022 season, he had a severe case of tonsillitis that prevented him from sleeping properly and performing at full capacity. So tonsillitis is now garnering guys a extra year of eligibility. And I did see this past week that there's one player in the NCAA that was just granted a 9th year of eligibility. His freshman year was 2018, and he's still going to be playing college ball. So, look, I don't know. I know the NCAA handles each case on a case-by-case basis, and they don't use other cases to make decisions on other cases. But I don't know, man. A case of tonsillitis because I couldn't sleep well earned me another year of college eligibility. Ole Miss, to their credit, pulled out all the stops on this one. They found any
Sure.
single loophole that they could to get their quarterback back, and it's a good decision because we saw what Trinidad Chambliss can do, and we saw what kind of offense he brought to Oxford last year. So it's, I mean, good on them, but I think this whole system is a little whack if this is what we're going to.
Right, and then this is even separate from the issue we're seeing in college basketball, where you got G League players that were drafted being granted eligibility to come back and play at Baylor, and we had the Bediako news with Alabama, where he's now ineligible. It is truly a mess. And you brought up some of the commentary around the trial there in with Trinidad. Talking about the tonsillitis and how it impacts sleep and how it impacts performance. Well, that's where it got weird because it was unnecessary.
Yes.
Joe Judge, who is an assistant for Ole Miss, he was on the stand, and I don't know why he felt compelled to give this stance, and it's pretty pathetic. Here's the audio from Joe Judge talking about his players and the advice he gives them and their partner that might be pregnant.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have, and it's not a popular thing, but this is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season or going to have a baby during the season. And you have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. But he can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority. Now,
that was on WLBT TV down in Mississippi. That was a real thing that a college football D1 Power 4 assistant coach said on the record, under oath. That's pathetic. There's a lot wrong with what he had to say. Number one, the part actually that bugged me the most was when he said, basically if she's having the child during the season, as if it doesn't take two to tango here, as if it's her fault that the baby's due in the middle of the football season. I mean, this is crazy. He's probably not alone in that thinking, sadly, among some college football coaches. That, we had Mike McDonald, a couple weeks ago saying he only spends like 30 minutes a day or whatever it is with his kid. I mean, look, football, I've never been a football coach. You played at least high-level college football, as we found out last week. And I'm not trying to tell you that it doesn't take an immense amount of time and effort and prep and more than an 8-hour day. But it doesn't take 22 hours. And it sure as heck doesn't mean that the child that you fathered can only be handled by your partner during football season. I mean, that's absolutely insane to me.
Yeah. Alex, I'm glad to hear that take coming from you, who doesn't even have children. But Joe, the weird thing is, Joe Judge has 4 kids of his own. My apologies, first and foremost, go out to Mrs. Judge for your husband's take there, because I think we all agree. Sports are sports, and I understand that, I grew up in SEC country. I understand it's a different thing in the South. Like, they take their football more seriously than they take a lot of things in life. But if you're telling the girlfriends or wives of your players that, hey, listen, our little angel's going to need some sleep, so you're going to have to handle the bedtime feedings. Like, what are we doing? I mean, like, he said the quiet part out loud. Like, if that's what you're saying, maybe don't use that in your defense on the stand in a appeal hearing for your quarterback. And keep in mind, let us not forget that this came from Joe Judge, former New York Giants head coach Joe Judge, who once called a quarterback sneak on 3rd and 9 from his own 4-yard line. So I don't know if anyone, especially the moms of these newborns and the girlfriends and wives of these players, should be taking any advice from Joe Judge.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think Lane Kiffin even quote tweeted it, basically like I think it was like the face palm emoji essentially or something like that. Like, if Lane Kiffin's even like,
right.
That should tell you to check yourself a little bit. Yeah. I just thought it was, honestly, I really thought it was pathetic. I did. And I'm not saying again that he's the only coach that maybe feels that way about, I guess, fatherhood. It's just really sad, honestly.
Right.
And you
I'm
know,
to your credit, Alex, I'm actually really glad to hear you take that, because as a dad of 2 young girls, like if I ever tried to tell my wife after giving birth to a child that, oh, I need my sleep and I'll say this, I work in the mornings in radio. I have to be up at the crack of dawn just to go into work. And my wife has been a champion after the birth of both of our girls to allow me to get some sleep at night. And she's like, I'll handle the nighttime feedings if you could just pick up everything else. But that I was very willing to handle any nighttime feedings if need be. If she wanted me to, if she asked me to, or if I could see the tiredness in her, I would have stepped up and done that. And to me, it's like, Nick Saban was always a big on not just coaching the player, but coaching the man and making him a better person in life. That's not making these players, these young athletes that choose to go to Ole Miss, that's not making them better human beings. That's telling them that football comes first and foremost before everything. When we know, as working in the industry, football is one of the shortest lifespans of a career of any of the 4 major sports. So you're really telling them, yeah, you have to, you need to get your sleep for these 4 to 6 to 8 years on average that you'll get out of both college and pro career. It's really just kind of sad, in all honesty.
so that was the Trinidad Chambliss hearing, granted eligibility for a 6th season. Some of the comments from Joe Judge. Back to the bigger issue with the NCAA and how do you solve some of these issues, whether it's Lane Kiffin leaving right with the transfer portal and the NIL, the original intention of NIL is not really where we're here. There's been reports of like these phony kind of contracts or NIL deals that have been going on. I don't know if this is the path, but it makes me wonder if this is the only way for some of this to get solved. There was a senator this week in the U.S. Senate, Eric Schmidt, who happens to be a senator in the state of Missouri, who unveiled a national blueprint, he says, to save college football. Now, I'm not going to read the full letter or anything. Let me just go through a couple things here. And I actually agree with a lot of it. I just don't know if we, is that where the government should be focusing their attention? That's a whole other question, right? College
yeah,
football.
well,
but it might need to happen. So he listed out 4 pillars. 1, secure stability. He said, end rulemaking by lawsuit, allow athlete protective rules without the threat of immediate freezing litigation, create a national standard. Pillar 2, fix the framework, create a national one-time transfer rule, strengthen and reaffirm eligibility standards, align coaching transitions with transfer windows to minimize disruption. Fully agree with that. Pillar 3, protect players in non-revenue sports. So Olympic, women's sports by requiring schools to maintain a certain number of varsity sports. Restore NIL to its original purpose. Ensure NIL compensation is rendered at a fair market value and prohibit sham contracts. And the last thing he had, Pillar 4, put fans first. Maximize value for media deals, prioritize long-term success, and restore stability and predictability during conference realignment. Look, the NCAA without a commissioner has not been able to do it. Maybe it does take this, man. I don't know. Again, I don't really want the federal government wasting their time on college sports. We got plenty of other very important issues. But I wonder if we're at a point where it is going to take federal involvement to get this thing uniform and quote-unquote fair for everybody involved, for the player, for coaches, for fans, for universities.
Yeah, look, college football needs some help. I just think it's funny that the guy with a thorn in his eye, or excuse me, a guy with a plank in his eye is like, hey, let me help you get that thorn out of your eye. It's not the government saying, yeah, we should be able to help with the NCAA is laughable, because I think we all know our government has problems we have to deal with. But I do agree. Like you said, like those pillars and everything that he laid forth, I think is very important. And the fan first one as the last pillar, that was kind of laughable, because let's be honest, that's just a politician speaking. That's a politician saying, yeah, well, we want to put the fans first. Nobody cares about the fans. And if you're a sports fan, you should know that up front. But I will say, I do agree that college football has to do something. The problem is once you lay out a plan, It's getting the SEC and the Big Ten and these powerhouses that be to agree on it unanimously, because it's going to have to be unanimous approval for anything to go into place. And I just don't see. I think the SEC is not like they're going to use it as negotiating, or same thing with the Big Ten. They're going to use it as negotiating, and they're going to say, well, if we're going to agree to this, well, we need to get this, this, and this out of it to benefit our schools. And because there essentially are commissioners of each conference, and to get a commissioner of college football, you're going to have to do a lot of cowtailing to these big entities like the conferences themselves that are already in place. And I don't know. I just don't see it ever happening, at least no time soon.
Yeah, I mean, in this proposal, essentially, it's getting rid of the NCAA because it's saying allow conferences to choose their own governing bodies. I mean, the NCAA does some great things for D2, for D3. I really think they do. I mean, that would be problematic for those levels. But at the Division I level and sort of the FBS level, if we're talking football, the NCAA doesn't run the college football playoff. You know, the thing they run March Madness, but they're basically an event management company. That's all they're doing during March. These conferences one day could say, look, we love March Madness. Maybe we can't call it March Madness. We can do this. We can hire an event company to run the NCAA tournament. Like, that's the big cash cow for the NCAA, is what we all love for a couple weeks in March. That's where they make all their money. But, you know, you don't really need the NCAA to operate that.
Well, and ESPN essentially runs the college football playoff, which is one of the reasons why you could argue that a team like Alabama makes it in over a deserving Notre Dame team in the college football playoff. But, you know, look, that's for the tinfoil hat wearing days. But we all agree. Everyone in the country, I think, agrees that college football needs to do something. The problem is, I don't think college football agrees or will ever get to that agreement to where they actually will do something.
All right, up next here on Westwood One Sports, let's talk some college basketball as we get closer to the month of March. We got some top 25 games going on right now, a top 10 team of the country in a bit of trouble, to say the least, on the road against a number 5 team in the country. And could some of these issues with top prospects not playing, or at least one in particular, impact draft stock come this summer? We'll get to that next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
No matter the matchup, betting with boosted odds makes every basket mean more. Activate your odds boost token for any college basketball bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get set for tip-off with BetMGM, and we've got multiple games that tipped off across the country in college hoops. Top 25 action. We'll take a look at that in a second. Alex Gold, Austin Uff with you here on a Saturday on Westwood One Sports, and I got some big-time matchups, as I said, going on, and most notably, frankly, you got a top 10 matchup where the home team is absolutely laying it on number 9 Kansas. Number 5 Iowa State has opened up a 52-32 lead on the Kansas Jayhawks. KU beat previously undefeated Arizona on Monday, and Iowa State, who had lost to KU early in the season, is playing an unbelievable level of basketball right now. They have forced what are we up to now? 12 turnovers, it looks like, in this particular game. Iowa State, 8 of 21 from three-point range, shooting 44% overall from the field. But a 20-point lead, Kansas in big-time trouble. And the story about this one was Darren Peterson again. And after Monday night, where Darren Peterson did not play due to flu-like symptoms, the microscope and the spotlight was even more on him because it has been one of the most bizarre circumstances involving a college basketball player I think we've really ever seen. You know, a guy that could be the number 1 overall pick in the draft has only played in, I think 11 or 12 games at this point in time, and he's missed for hamstring issues, cramps. He'll play a first half and then sit the second half. He won't play flu-like symptoms, and it's caused a lot of people to talk about, his draft prospects moving forward. And I don't know, you can tell me if I'm biased being here as a KU alum. I don't think this has really any bearing on him going number 1 overall. I think he's going number 1 overall, whether he plays a majority of the games down the stretch or not.
I agree with you. But my question is, should that have any bearing on it? Because to me, it feels like this whole saga with him of, resting when maybe he could have played or not fighting through. Because Monday night, it was a sickness that kept him out?
Yeah, flu-like symptoms, lightheadedness is what Bill Self was saying. The issue is the messaging has just been so poor throughout this whole thing, too.
Yeah, to me, it just is. It's giving off mad Ben Simmons vibes. You've got guys like, LeBron James, who's obviously he's the greatest of the great, but he's in, year 21, 22, and he's literally, his routine remains the same. He's still going out there, and sure, he does take his fair share of games off with load management and everything, but the grind has got to be part of the thing that sells you as a draft prospect. And if I'm gonna waste my number 1 pick overall on a player, I want to make sure that commitment level is there, right? And with this, taking the load management in college is the time when you're supposed to be out there playing day in and day out, and you're supposed to be, because you're still trying to sell yourself. To me, college is like dating, and the NBA is marriage, right? You still have to work at marriage when you're in marriage, but dating is when you're trying to showcase yourself to your potential spouse. And college, you are showcasing yourself to your potential landing spot in the association. So I don't know. I think it's weird, and it's giving Ben Simmons. Do you sense that at all, or am I wrong there?
No, that's the comp that has come up. People that are extremely frustrated with the situation. It's hard not to be frustrated. I think, number one, as you're just talking from a KU perspective, I think you deal with the problems because we've also seen when he's on the floor how special he is. Yeah. And he hit a game-winning shot, essentially, a couple of big-time threes against Texas Tech a week or so ago to get them a big win. And so, to me, he's worth the headache. I think Monday night was the worst of the bunch. I don't think he's faking any injuries. There was speculation about that. I do think there is his family and agent being involved in the process a little bit with the cramping and the hamstring and being cautious with it. But that stuff made more sense to me. Monday night, going out for warm-ups and then not playing, not gutting it through the flu-like symptoms. We know that's something that we would see some of the great ones do. That, to me, was really troubling. Now, I'll say he's also, let's remember, guys, he's a 19-year-old kid. and people are trying to say, well, Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant would never have not played. Well, we're talking about the greatest of all time, and also the flu game for Michael Jordan, thank you very much, was not when he was 19 years old. So I get you're going to say the makeup, and I get it. People calling him soft. It's fair after Monday night. I'm just saying I don't think it's going to impact what he is in the NBA. And what is concerning from a college basketball standpoint, I know if you're talking about betting on a team to win a national title, is are you confident that come the Sweet 16, do or die elimination game, is he going to gut through an injury for you? Right now, the answer is no. Right now, the answer is no. And so I can tell you, KU fans are very upset with him. But if he goes and leads a team to a Final Four or they win the national title, nobody's going to give a damn about him playing or not. But the flip side is true. If they're an early exit and he doesn't play a full game and they view it as he's why they lost, I'm serious, he'll never be welcome back at Allen Fieldhouse. That's what's at stake here for legacy-wise.
Yeah, it's funny to me that this is all happening now, too, in a day and age of NIL where players can make a boatload of money. In fact, if he wanted to stay another year in college, I think we'd all be like, okay, sure. Like we're at the point now where college athletes are getting paid to the point where sometimes it's more beneficial to stay in college than to enter into the pros. But like if this came down pre-NIL, I think we'd all be like, okay, I understand it. We know he's going to be the number one draft, and that's where like I kind of almost understand it from the Ben Simmons standpoint, where like it was a little more gingerly with the games that he decided to suit up for, and wasn't necessarily locked in on playing in college because he didn't want to screw up that paycheck that was coming with the NBA. They're getting paychecks now, so it's not like he's screwing up any payment or monetarily environment. Like I just don't understand the motivation behind sitting for him. And if you're gonna showcase yourself, why not showcase yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think again, I think the injuries and everything are real. I don't think they're making anything up there. I just think it's not willing to play through it to protect himself from, I guess, further injuring something. Now, you bring up NIL, and this is where I disagree with everybody's thought that, well, this is happening because of NIL. If AJ DeBonsa was also not playing through an injury, if he got hurt, or Cam Boozer, then I would buy in. Mm-hmm. This is unique to Darren Peterson. He's the only player that's projected to be a top 5, top 10. He's going to go number 1, I think, overall. But out of the guys that are projected to be top 5, top 10 picks, nobody else is sitting out. Like if AJ DeBonsa had a hamstring injury, would he start sitting out? That's when I think it would be interesting. This to me is not like, oh man, this is what you get by paying players now, and everybody wants to have that take. I think that's wrong.
But then doesn't that also shed more scrutiny for Peterson? Like, doesn't that also say, like, well, maybe this is just a him issue? Maybe, and do I want to waste my number 1 pick on someone who's, if he has a hangnail one day at practice, is he going to tough through it? Like, and obviously those are extremes that I'm
I got you.
I'm setting forth, but like that's a real concern. Like if I'm going to invest millions of dollars in a number 1 overall pick, I want to make sure that number 1 overall pick is not only good because the ability needs to be there, but the availability needs to be there as well. Because he can have all of the talent in the world, but if he's not going to suit up, it does my company, my business, my team no good.
No, more than fair. Yeah, and it'll be discussed during the draft process. I tend to think he still goes 1, and, hopefully we're not sitting here in 5 years and saying, man, we all should have seen that this guy just doesn't play through anything. I hope that's not the case for his sake as well, because the talent is just absolutely off the charts. I will say, I think it was Jeff Goodwin earlier in the week, though, that had a quote. I don't know if I can pull it up here real quick, but he had a quote from a anonymous GM essentially saying it's over. The GM was saying it's overblown. This stuff isn't going to impact his draft stock. Teams are still going to fall in love with him. All this kind of stuff. I don't know if I can. This is from much earlier in the week. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it for us on the fly here, guys. But essentially, what I'm paraphrasing, basically, one GM at least doesn't care. As said, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, it's like what you said. It's like, look, I don't care if he's missing games as long as we're winning games, right? Like, like the because when he does suit up, he's that explosive and he's that much of an impact. But meanwhile, you've got Caleb Wilson. in Chapel Hill who fractures his hand, and it's looking like, they just lost the most explosive part. And he that's a guy they're talking about. He may play through it when it does get to the point where he can lace the sneakers back up.
Yeah, big loss, big loss, no doubt for them. And as our guest earlier told us, you get a soft landing spot for now against Pitt, but then the ACC schedule really kicks in. And if you look at the early bracketology, and for example, Joe Lenardi over at ESPN, these are the projected number one seeds in some of the top seed lines. Arizona would be the number one, according to Lenardi. You'd have UConn as a number one. UConn lost last week to St. John. Michigan. And then the other number one seed would be Duke, right out of the ACC. The 2 seeds line, and this is relevant to what's happening with Iowa State, they're a 2 seed, and they're cementing themselves a bit as a 2 seed with a dominant performance so far against KU. Illinois out of the Big Ten would be another 2 seed, according to Lenardi right now. Then you would also have, out in the South region, I guess that would be Houston, of course, out of the Big 12. And then the last number 2 seed would be Purdue out of the Big Ten. And so that's kind of where the bracketology is sitting at this point in time. And so much of the net rankings and quad one win stuff can change in these final couple weeks, especially in these big time conferences and the Big 12 and Big 10 and ACC, SEC tournaments. But yeah, this is this Caleb Wilson injury is going to impact seeding, but also, the projected top 5 pick. I also don't think this is going to impact his draft status. He's going to be like the number 4 or number 5 pick in the draft.
Yeah, no, you're right. So, okay, now if you're GM, I mean, obviously you got to go Peterson still over Caleb Wilson. But if you have the number 1 pick, Alex, are you going Peterson? Are you willing to take that risk for what the reward would be? But it is a risk.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely I am. I think DeBonce is going to be a stud in the league as well. This is not saying that I don't think he's any good.
Right.
He's obviously ridiculously talented.
Same with Boozer.
But Darren Peterson, the ability to his ability to make it look so easy and smooth, and that is why there were comparisons, even if you think there shouldn't have been comparisons, at least from a couple people, to Kobe Bryant. Just the way when you watch him play, not that he's going to be Kobe Bryant, there will never be a Kobe Bryant again, but his style of play, when you watch, you're like, man, that looks kind of familiar. He also just has a better 3-point shooting percentage so far in college than DeBonce. Like, I think he's just naturally going to have that, whereas it's going to take some time to develop a little bit more for AJ. So, yeah, I think number 1 overall pick would be Darren Peterson. Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye on some of these scores in college hoops. We'll let you know if we get any big change in some of the top 25 matches. Nebraska has settled in a little bit. They now have a 15-point lead against Northwestern. Iowa State still up 12 on Kansas. Earlier today, Duke wrapped up a 67-54 win against Clemson. And still to come at 3 Eastern, number 25 Kentucky taking on number 14 Florida, the defending national champs. Up next, though, you guys recall a few weeks ago on the show, Austin had some thoughts on DePaul, and it turns out DePaul got word of it. I want to hear what happened in Chicago yesterday from Austin. That's next.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Here in about 20 minutes, we'll get back into the NFL and a look at some of the fallout from what occurred last Sunday out in Santa Clara with Drake May and what might have to happen this offseason for the Patriots, and also where Mike McDonald now sits. Pretty elite company, as young as he is, getting a Super Bowl ring with the big win in Super Bowl 60 last week over the Patriots. But if you've been listening to the show, and we appreciate those of you that maybe caught our first show back in early January, and again, this is our permanent time slot now. We'll be on from 11 a.m. to 4 Eastern each and every Saturday, so we appreciate those of you. But a few weeks back, Austin, you brought up something you really liked, I thought was cool, from DePaul and their head coach. And I guess it got back to the folks at DePaul.
Yeah, if you remember a couple of weeks back, I came on this show, BetMGM Game Day, on just a random Saturday. It was after after DePaul beat up Marquette and got a big home win for them. And their coach, Chris Holtmann, went onto Twitter and said, hey, meet me in Kelly's Pub in an hour. I'm buying the first round. And so obviously the place packs up. I came on the radio and I said, more coaches need to do this. More coaches need to follow in Chris Holtmann's footsteps and buy beer for the students that make their home atmosphere raucous. And, well, we posted it to socials. It went semi-viral. And DePaul reached out and said, hey, Austin, saw the take, loved it, would love to invite you out to a game. And I was like, look, I used to live in Lincoln Park in Chicago where DePaul's campus is. I used to walk through DePaul's campus every single day to take my daughter to and from daycare. I love DePaul. And so I was in immediately. I said, sign me up. So I went to the DePaul Creighton game this past weekend. And first and foremost, let me just shout out Nina and the entire team at DePaul Athletics for hooking us up. Second row seats, some of the best seats I've ever had at a basketball game, college or pro. I was blown away. It was incredible. Just the game itself. DePaul, of course, if you follow college basketball at all, especially in the Big East, you know that Creighton tend to have DePaul's number, but not in the night that Austin was in the building. And yes, I just referred to myself in the third person. They somehow, DePaul, is back and forth game, incredible game. They beat Creighton for just the second time in franchise history. They're 2-23 all time against Creighton, and they took down the Jays on their home court. And sure enough, what does Chris Holtmann do? He takes to social media again and he says, hey, lunch on me tomorrow. Just show your student ticket for anyone who came to the game. I'm buying lunch. And I'm like, look, I love what Chris Holtmann is doing on the court. But more so, I love what Chris Holtmann is doing off the court because he's building a program and he's building excitement around his program. He's doing his job on the court, and he's going even further. He's giving extra credit and building the atmosphere of the home court. James Franklin used to do the same thing at Vanderbilt, and he was the first coach in many decades to find success at a school like Vanderbilt. So I love what Chris Holtmann is doing. But the thing I want to talk about most about this trip to DePaul was the halftime show. Alex, this halftime show was unlike anything I had ever seen. It was a guy, and I was bummed because they
no Red
me out
Panda.
to the game
I thought you were about to say
prior.
Red Panda.
So they invited me out to the DePaul St. John game, and they got Red Panda for that game. And so I was super bummed. I was like, man, I can't believe I missed out on the DePaul game and Red Panda. But they invited some guy out, and I wish I had his name so I could give him some props. But he just balances things on his face. And you might be thinking, okay, that doesn't sound that entertaining. But let me tell you, he started with an umbrella, and you're like, big whoop. You know, that's like bouncing a wiffle ball bat on your face. Anyone can do that. Then he goes to a crutch. Okay, a little bit bigger. Then he takes a razor scooter, and he puts it on his face. Then an ironing board. Then a 6-foot ladder followed up by a 12-foot ladder. He balanced on his face. And I wish me explaining it could do it justice. You really have to see the video and him doing it in person. But I was like, I don't know where DePaul found this guy, but he should be the mainstay. He should be the house band for DePaul halftime shows. All in all, a wonderful night. And I want to thank DePaul for their hospitality because it was a lot of fun. And more Chicagoans should make their way, more college basketball fans should make their way to a DePaul home game.
That's awesome. I'm glad they caught wind of it and took care of you. And yeah, he's trying to build up a program. He's trying to get more fan buy-in. So it's smart of him to try to quote unquote bribe the students a little bit to get them to show up to these games. And that's what's needed sometimes when you're trying to jumpstart a program that hasn't had much success in the last decade plus, if not more. And the talent in the Chicago area, of course, is incredible. So you got the talent base, but can you convince them to go to DePaul? And that's what he's trying to do. But the halftime show, man, college basketball halftime shows are phenomenal. They really are. They're underrated. I'm trying to just imagine how on earth. Look, I got a big nose, man. Okay, it's pretty obvious. You're watching on YouTube, all right. You guys know it's not a good thing. But balancing a ladder on my face, on my nose, are you kidding me?
First of all, Alex, your nose isn't that big, but yes, the guy and he had the ladder out there as a prop, and and he climbed up the ladder to balance some things on his face from the top of the ladder, and you're thinking, okay, well, that's what the ladder's out there for. But I kid you not, when he walked over to that ladder and lifted it up, I said, no, he's not. He better not. He better not. Sure enough, he takes that ladder, 12-foot ladder. That's a tall ladder. That's like the industrial-sized ladders that you see. Only electricians use. He puts
I won't even get up on a ladder, let alone put one on my face. Yeah. I won't even get up on a ladder. I hate heights. Now you're telling me to balance the ladder on my face?
Right. So I'm just saying, look, DePaul is doing everything right. And and I think that they're building their program up the right way with what Chris Holtman's doing, what DePaul Athletics is doing. And as a college basketball head coach, you're not just a head coach. Unless you're like a Bill Self at Kansas where the program sells itself, you're also a salesman, both for recruits, but also for your own student body. And if you're trying to build something up, you have to lay out the groundwork and lay out the foundation that Chris Holtman is doing. And I think he's doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, best of luck to DePaul moving forward, and that's awesome that you got to experience that courtside. There is something, I don't care what level of sport. It's so different if you ever have the opportunity to sit back. Whether we're talking about college basketball, whether we're talking about NBA, NFL, if you happen to be in the first 5 rows, it is just such a different experience that close to the action in different ways for each sport, right? And I've never sat courtside for an NBA game, but just NFL games I've been able to be on the sideline for, college football, and just the intensity, the speed, all of it just will amaze you. So I'm glad you got to experience that.
Yeah. Have you ever sat courtside at a college game?
I did back in college when I was doing some student radio stuff. I got to fortunately be courtside at Allen Fieldhouse multiple times. Yeah.
See, and I would almost argue that sitting courtside at a college game is almost more fun than an NBA game. Obviously, NBA game is like glitz and glamour, but these college athletes are going at it. They are going hard on every single play. Whereas the NBA, you'll have guys making business decisions. But I felt like I was in the action, and it was really cool. It's right up there with sitting on the glass at a hockey game. A truly, truly surreal experience.
Did you wish, not at the DePaul game, okay, but you were telling me during the break, though, we just had a brawl today in college basketball with St. John's, and we know NBA had a brawl with the Charlotte Hornets and Detroit Pistons. Of course, it was the Detroit Pistons. This time it wasn't the Malice to the Palace. But I think there's something about that is intriguing, the chaos of it to a sports fan. And it's you tell someone that has no interest in the game and you text your buddy, hey, are you watching this? There's a brawl going on. Immediately, there's intrigue. There's people are going to tune in. The same reason why on a smaller scale, people were watching the guy, go up and climb a skyscraper, because there's that gladiator element to it and just the free-for-all brawl aspect of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's the same reason we love fights in hockey, right? It's that everyone stops and stands up and, the gloves come off. I think I mean, it makes it fun and exciting. I will say, I think baseball has a long way to go in their brawl department because very rarely do we get the Pedro Martinez slamming Don Zimmer into the ground. More so, it's just a bunch of guys standing around, bullpens clearing, and, a lot of words crossed. And very rarely do we get any excitement there. Not saying that I want to see guys throw punches or anything, but I also don't shy away from it when it does happen. And I think I'm not alone there. I think I'm just the only one admitting it, the only one saying it out loud. I think everyone agrees that, it's the same reason we slow down at car wrecks. Like we like to see, things that we don't often see much, right?
Yeah, the St. John's Providence brawl today. If you haven't seen the video, I mean that was no joke. There was some legit punches being thrown.
Yes.
This wasn't, like you said, baseball where the relievers start jogging in 5 minutes after the fact and act like they're going to do something. No, this was legit, and St. John's Providence is still going on. St. John's number 17 in the country, up 54-48 on Providence. But that's a video I encourage people to go seek out and find if they can.
And there's one really bad haircut in the video too. See if you can find that. It's like, where's Waldo? Go out and see if you can find the really bad haircut in it.
That is also accurate. All right, 1 hour to go here on BetMGM Game Day. We'll get back into the NFL. Some of the fallout from the Super Bowl win last week for Seattle, what it means for Drake May, and I think a lot more questions about him in a way too early look at Super Bowl 61 odds over at BetMGM. That's coming up next.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
3 o'clock Eastern here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Final hour of the show today. Keeping an eye on some of the results in the Olympics, also college basketball, as we've been touching on throughout today. But I do want to get back into the NFL to start the show this hour, because we've got some fallout from what occurred last Sunday out in Santa Clara. We all know the Seattle Seahawks, Super Bowl champs, and I actually want to start more on the losing side, because I do think, in an odd way, what occurred in the Super Bowl for New England is perhaps more interesting moving forward, and what it means for the Patriots' likelihood of bouncing back after an unreal regular season. Did the postseason sour you on Drake May? And I think that's the question that you have to at least ask and take a look at, because he was a runner-up MVP candidate. He was one vote shy of being co-MVP. And after the playoff run and after the Super Bowl, I think everybody's like, well, thank goodness he didn't win MVP, because people would really be clowning on it, I think, if he would have been MVP over Stafford, despite him being the quarterback, that made the Super Bowl. And that's why it's not a postseason award. It's voted on before the regular season, or the postseason, I should say, begins. But Drake May was not good, to say the least, in the playoffs. He certainly struggled and was awful in the Super Bowl. And yeah, there's some nuance required with the offensive line. But I think for any quarterback now going to next year, other than maybe CJ Stroud, the first month of next year is so important for Drake May to frankly prove to people that it wasn't fluky what he did in his second year in the league. If he goes out with a tougher schedule the first month, and likely an offseason where the Patriots bolster the wide receiver room with a big addition, I think that's happening, and he looks anywhere near what he looked like in the playoffs, people are going to really say, man, that was not Drake May in the 2025 football season. I don't know what that was. They got maybe some question marks at quarterback. I tend to think that he'll bounce back, especially with this injury news that the Patriots are making sure everybody knows that he wasn't healthy. I thought that was interesting, after nothing going into the game, really, for the most part.
Yeah, I've been trying to rack my brain to remember a team that lost the Super Bowl that walked away from the Super Bowl with such a bad taste left in their mouth. Because if a team loses the Super Bowl, you're still like, well, they're still AFC champions. They're still one of the best teams in the sport. I mean, I could say the same thing about the Chiefs last year. Even though they got blown out in the Super Bowl, we were still like, yeah, but they'll be fine. With the Patriots, it's weird. I feel like with all of the games in the playoffs and the performance that they put out leading up to the Super Bowl, and then the performance that they put out in the Super Bowl, and more so the refusal to make changes in game and to try and remedy the poor job that Will Campbell was doing, and it was very weird. It was. I walked away from that game being like, wait a minute, are the Patriots, like, we talked last week about which one of these teams is more likely to, make it back to this spot in the coming years, because they both, they benefited from some things this season. But I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I think I feel worse about the Patriots' chances after watching that game and watching them throughout the entire playoffs than I did going into it. And it's weird. I shouldn't be feeling this way about the Patriots, but I do. And they still won the AFC. They still overcome a really tough odds to go from 4-10 to playing in the Super Bowl. But man, and maybe it is a little bit of CJ Stroud coming into my head, where it's like comes out, has an amazing rookie season, but since then he's like hasn't been able to find that same magic. Maybe I'm like, maybe I'm got this like bad taste in my mouth from the idea of we're a little too quick to crown these guys as franchise quarterbacks or the long-term answer for these teams. And maybe Drake May is another CJ Stroud. I don't know, but I think you make a great point where if he doesn't start fast next season, there's going to be a lot of grumbling coming out of the Boston area.
And this is just how sports work. Like, fair or not, the regular season was awesome, but the legacies are built in the postseason in every sport, and how people talk about you and how you perform in the biggest moments. I mean, that's just how this whole thing goes. And in the biggest moments, Patriots offensively were nothing like what we saw against a soft schedule in the regular season. And so naturally, yeah, there's questions. I mean, that's just Sam Darnold. It's the same thing on the reverse. I mean, if Sam Darnold would have gone out there and looked like Drake May, everybody would have flipped on Sam Darnold immediately and said, okay,
right.
Yeah, see, typical
right.
Darnold. Now, Drake May doesn't have that track record. And so I think it would be crazy for anybody to think just because of the playoff run that Drake May is not a good quarterback suddenly, or can't, get back to being a legit quarterback at the MVP level and all that stuff, that is overreaction. But look, I think the questions around him are more than fair, and he's got a chance to shut a lot of people up very early on next year. Otherwise, it'll reinforce, where everybody is at. I still would say, man, and maybe you changed, going into the Super Bowl last week, we asked the question, who is better positioned for the long-term run? And I said New England going in. I said because I think Drake May is legit. I said because the AFC divisionally they're in is not as tough as the Seahawks dealing with the Rams still, and the Niners in that is challenging. I think I view Mike Macdonald much more highly now than I did a week ago, as silly as that might sound after 1 week. But he put himself in really rarefied air, right? I mean, he's now the youngest coach to go with Sean McVay, to go with Mike Tomlin, to win a Super Bowl. And so when you're attached to those names, the track record, the long-standing success and all that is a pretty good thing to be around. I mean, Sean McVay is viewed as a top 3 coach in football. Mike Tomlin had an unbelievable run there in Pittsburgh. I think Mike Macdonald has massive staying power, and that to me is why maybe I would rethink a little bit about what I said about Seattle long-term. I still wonder with Clint Kubiak, though, leaving the OC and now being the head coach with the Raiders, does that offense not going to fall off the face of the earth? But Sam Darnold, looked very comfortable in that system. And so the next guy that they promote, I'm assuming they'll just promote from within. Can they replicate some of that? I mean, JSN's not going anywhere. That helps. I think Sam Darnold has gotten over the hump of being the old Sam Darnold. That certainly helps. But I just wonder, it's just always difficult to get back to where everything's going right for you. And Seattle was the best team all year, but it's very unlikely you're the best team all year 2 years in a row.
No, I think you make a great point. And yes, that offensive coordinator hire is a very, very important one for the Seahawks. But with new information, your only intelligent people will change their opinions on or change their stance on a take when new information is provided. So I think you're very right in doing so. Like with, because I felt the same way. I thought the Patriots, given their division, or even more so the division that the Seahawks are in and how tough that is, that the Patriots were more poised to go on a long-term route. But I will say this, as a guy who watched and covered the Titans for a very long time, including during the Vrabel era and down the stretch of the Vrabel era when he went 6-18, and during a stretch where he lost 7 straight games to, collapse in the division, I saw a lot of things on Sunday in the Super Bowl that I watched in Nashville. And those are the things that led to Mike Vrabel being ousted from his job. And I worry that he himself can't correct that. And it was one of the things that I said. Remember, last week I gave 3 points, 3 reasons why Mike Vrabel was let go from Tennessee. And one of them was his stubbornness and inability to change. And when hearing him talk about Will Campbell and I sometimes think as a former player, he tends to give players a little too much leniency that they'll be able to figure it out and correct their mistakes. I saw it firsthand a lot in Nashville. The offensive line, especially the left side of the offensive line, was always abysmal since Taylor Lewan left, and they could not figure that position out. And more so, Vrabel couldn't figure out a way to remedy the situation. He couldn't figure out a way to alter it. And in a Super Bowl game where it's 9-0 at halftime, a very winnable game for the Patriots, I was befuddled but not surprised that the Patriots could not figure it out, because I've seen that movie played out many times in Nashville just a couple of years ago. But it was crazy to me that it is a Super Bowl game that your defense is playing lights out. They are keeping the very dynamic Seahawks offense to just 3 points on just about every trip down the field. And they could not produce anything on offense. And that, to me, was the scary thing that I saw rear its head, that I've seen from Vrabel many times over, it was the first time he kind of showed that hand since he's taken the job in New England.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think, though, man, like you take a look at the offensive coordinator situation, and I view everything was ahead of schedule this year for New England. You know what I mean? That's
Sure.
The only thing I will still say in fairness to them. I mean, we all, I think, preseason said, hey, that schedule looks kind of light. Maybe they got a chance to be a wild card team. I think that was kind of the thought. Nobody saw a runner-up MVP season coming for Drake May. Certainly not a number 2 seed, potentially number 1 seed in the AFC. And so I guess the only pushback I would give on what you're saying is, like, they are flawed still, and he didn't make every single decision correct, but they were ahead of schedule. You know, and so was Seattle, for that matter. Both teams in the Super Bowl were ahead of schedule.
It's a great point. And Vrabel said that to each and every single one of his players as he greeted them coming off the field on Sunday night, was 307. 307. He kept saying 307. We're just 307 days into this project, basically. Like, he's like, there's still plenty of football left. And I think it is a great message. And I think you bring up a great point too, that it is still very early on. I will say this, though, the only time he found success in his coaching tenure in Tennessee was very early on, and it only got bad from there. His best run in the playoffs, in fact, his only 2 playoff wins prior to coming to New England, came in year 2 of 6 years in Nashville. His only 2 playoff wins, and he only had 2 appearances after that. So it's just, I agree with you. Yes, it is still very early on, and there's still way more time. And let's be honest, the Patriots are a much better organization than the Tennessee Titans. They're better run. They're better owned. Yeah. They do everything right. So he does have that luxury to his disposal. But you can't give Mike Vrabel all of the love in the world and not still hold him a little bit accountable for what could have been a winnable game for them on Sunday.
The other part of the Super Bowl, and I wonder moving forward, it's a copycat league. One, people are going to look at what Mike McDonald did defensively and try to replicate that to a certain extent. But also, do you think this playoff run for the 4 teams basically that were left in their respective conference title games, that it has shifted the thinking a little bit on building your team defensively? I know it's been cliche for a while. Defense wins championships, and some would say maybe that's never changed. But the 4 teams that made it, I mean, we're talking about, and even the playoff team, you're talking about Houston was a top defense, and the Seahawks were a top defense, and Broncos were a top defense in football. Is that the formula right now in 2026, or is it like, no, that was just a trendy thing this year, and ultimately, no, you should still be trying to build offense? Because I think it really does depend on the quarterback you have. If I have Sam Darnold, I need to have a strong defense. I have Drake May, I still think, the defense is a key part. In Kansas City, with Patrick Mahomes, the defense has been better than the offense, even when they were winning some Super Bowls. But I want to give Patrick Mahomes as many offensive weapons as possible. I want to give Josh Allen as many offensive weapons as possible.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And, like every year, the NFL, like going into championship weekend, they always post that like cartoon graphic of like the 4 quarterbacks walking into like Levi Stadium because they're trying to get to. And this year, you had you had Bo Nix, Matthew Stafford, which, I think you would say, obviously, MVP of the league, is the one that is believable. But then you had Drake May and Bo Nix, Drake May. Why am I blanking here?
Sam Darnold
and Matthew Stafford and Sam Darnold. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And you're just thinking like, wow, for a league that really markets their quarterbacks, they didn't really get four, which we're usually used to seeing. The Mahomes, the Brady's, the Mannings of the league are always in that championship week. And this week, Stafford was near the main draw. It honestly, on those graphics, they probably should have put the four defenses on there, because you're right. It was defenses that won championships this year, and that Seahawks defense was nasty. But I think you also made a great point with, it never really went away. Defense wins championships, because if you look back to the last 10 Super Bowl winners, almost every single one of them had a top defense. When Tom Brady went down to Tampa Bay, he gets a lot of love for making them Super Bowl champions, but they also had one of, if not the best defense in the league as well. So it has always been the case, but I think it reiterates the fact that, hey, you can go far. Look at the Houston Texans this year. They made it to the divisional round of the playoffs. You mean to tell me the way C.J. Stroud played this year, that was a divisional round team? No, they did that because they had one of the nastiest defense in the NFL. So I do think that it's kind of give and take, but I do think you can mask having a lesser quarterback if you have one of the most elite defenses in the sport.
Up next here on Westwood One Sports, let's look ahead to next year. It's very early, but the Super Bowl odds, of course, are already out over at BetMGM. A couple teams stood out to me this far in advance I was a little surprised with, and Austin's trying to convince me to already make a bet for next year.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if he can do that next year on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
It's 3rd and 1. Here's the shotgun snap to May and a sidearm delivery. Got it to his running back Henderson, who takes it by midfield down the near sideline 40, down the near sideline 35, tackled at the 30. The clock is ticking, 2, 1, and that's it. And the Seattle Seahawks have won Super Bowl 60 in pretty dominating fashion. 29-13, they win their second Vince Lombardi trophy in a win over the New England Patriots. And Mike McDonald, the Seahawks head coach, becomes the 3rd youngest head coach to ever win a Super Bowl. And tonight, with the confetti flying, wins Super Bowl 60 here in Santa Clara.
Kevin Harlan on the call last Sunday on Westwood One as the Seahawks won their second championship in franchise history. And I know it's just a week after the Super Bowl, but there, of course, immediately were odds for next year over at BetMGM. And so I've told you fundamentally, you're not going to get me, I don't think, to make a wager before I know who the quarterback's going to be in a lot of cities and free agency plays out. But the Seattle Seahawks are the favorites right now over at BetMGM, along with the LA Rams at plus 850. You got the Ravens at 12-1, the Bills 12-1, Packers 14-1, Chiefs, Eagles all 14-1. And I won't make a bet this early, but if I had to make a bet this early, like the first name that I gravitate toward on that list is the LA Rams, because I actually think for the most part, their roster, I already know all the key spots. Like, if I were to ask you about Philly, A.J. Brown might be gone. What's going to happen with Green Bay? Micah Parsons recovering from an injury. Kansas City has some work to do. Is Mahomes playing week 1 or later? The Rams, I know it's Stafford coming back. I know they got Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua part of the picture. I know what their defensive line is going to be. They're probably going to improve that secondary. Reports are they want to trade for a corner. Could there be a big corner move on the way? So I just think the Rams, if I had to make a bet way too early, that's where my money would go.
Well, and if you look at the top of the list, which first of all, I'm proud of you, and I hope you sprinkle a few bucks at the Los Angeles Rams way, because I think I firmly believe that now is the time that you should bet, because now before free agency and the draft and all of these things happen, now is the time you could get the best odds on some of these teams, right? Like if I don't know, if the Colts go out and get have a massive free agency and they sign everybody, then they're not even in the top 15 of betting odds right now. So like you could get them at a really good rate, and then there they go skyrocketing up the charts. So, but I do think it is funny that it's like, okay, you've got the Rams and the Seahawks at the top of the early odds for next year, right? Every other team that's like at the top, there's major questions with every single one. And I understand, obviously, there's still the rest of free agency and the rest of the offseason to play out. But like for the Ravens, for example, brand new coaching staff. Bills, brand new coaching staff. Packers, Packers are the Packers. The Chiefs, obviously, Chiefs are the Chiefs. Eagles, though, like you said, with A.J. Brown, like, is he going to be gone? And that, and if you take A.J. Brown out of an offense that was already kind of shaky and inconsistent to begin with, what do you get there? It's just there's a lot of questions in the top part of these early NFL odds that, like, kind of scares me, because where the Ravens sit at plus 1,200 or the Bills sit at plus 1,200, like, what if those coaching staffs are really bad? And coaching staffs, like, even though the talent is there on the roster, coaching staffs do play a major hand as to how good or how bad or the decision-making in-game to win or lose games. So I feel like you can't really throw money at, like, teams like that because you just don't know what they are yet.
Yeah, the best odds for an AFC team being the Ravens and Bills. I don't know. I guess a little surprised, but that's a lot of that is still falling back on some of the quarterback play, and we were just discussing Drake May. The Patriots Seattle's the favorite, with the Rams, but the Patriots, they're 17-1. I mean, they're way, they're way down that list. And yet we saw what the Ravens were this year and the Bills. And so I think a lot of that is still the belief and confidence in Josh Allen, the confidence that Lamar Jackson will figure it out. And they're fascinating. Look, I do think Lamar was dealing with a lot of injuries. And then, of course, now he's got a new head coach. But there is still a question for me. I want like some confirmation early next year in a different way than I want it for Drake May. But for Lamar, like, does he look like his old self, or was last year the sign of, hey, no, because of the way he plays, it's, age is catching up to him. I tend to think he was just banged up, but that's a question I do have going into the year about Baltimore. Do they immediately get that defensive dominance back with Jesse Minter? Okay, well then I can see. I mean, the Ravens are going to be favorites to win that division next year. I would be shocked if they're not, but not by much, right? I mean, Cincinnati, I don't think I don't think they have a great head coach. I also wonder if their defense can take a big enough step in the offseason to help along Joe Burrow and company. I mean, they haven't been in the playoffs in 3 years, guys.
Yeah, and I mean, just going in the division, I know like we laugh at Mike McCarthy, but Mike McCarthy, the last few stops, he's been a 10-win-a-year coach, in the regular season alone, and Aaron Rodgers had his best years under Mike McCarthy. So if Aaron Rodgers comes back to the Steelers, and granted, this is a 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers now, but, I don't think you can automatically write the Ravens in as NFC North champs just because of what they've done in the past. They've got a whole new brand new coaching staff. In fact, I'd almost be more confident in the Ravens if they still had John Harbaugh than with a brand new coaching staff. I'm telling you, like people underestimate the amount of difference a coaching staff can make. And like, do we really believe that Joe Brady is going to do better than what Sean McDermott did in Buffalo? I have a hard time believing it until I see it. So there's just so much up in the air. And granted, I guess that's why they are the way too early odds, right? But
yeah,
now's the time to jump in on some of them. Like if you see a couple there at the bottom, don't look at the top of the list. The top of the list is usually always wrong. The bottom of the list, because we all know there's always that team that goes from last place to first place every single year in the NFL. Which team is it going to be? Throw a couple bucks on a few of them, and you never know. Maybe you'll get a New England Patriots going from 4-10 to in the Super Bowl the very next year.
Further down the list, you got a couple teams that won their division that are not getting shown much love. People thinking they're fluky, or at least the odds makers are. Broncos 20-1. They won the AFC West. They were the number 1 seed. The Jags, they won the AFC South. They're 20-1. They have the same odds as the Texans. And we know the C.J. Stroud problem is there. The Broncos, people are skeptical still, I think, because of Bo Nix, most part. But that defense, will they be as dominant? And that's the question. Defense, does that carry over another year for them? The Jags, Trevor Lawrence, he did great things with Liam Cohen. I think people are skeptical if they can replicate that and what they got from Christian Kirk. From Parker Washington and Jacoby Myers, not Christian Kirk, Parker Washington and Jacoby Myers, and whether that's something that they can replicate. But that's where I'm looking, I guess, if you're making me take a look further down the board. 2 division champion teams from a year ago, the Broncos and Jags, at 20-1. And one of them was the number 1 seed.
Yeah, one of the things too, like here we are, we're talking about the teams and the odds. One of the things I love to sprinkle money at too is the early MVP odds, because that's something that obviously it can change with free agency and everything, but that's just based off of individual performance. And you mentioned the Jaguars, about one of those teams that is low in the team ranking, that they won the division last year, and Liam Cohen seems to have unlocked Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is a guy that I'm like, hey, maybe I throw a couple bucks at an MVP for Trevor Lawrence just based off of how much better he improved last year under Liam Cohen. And now you get a second full offseason with Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence. Like, let's not forget how good Trevor Lawrence was at Clemson. And obviously coming into the league, he came into one of the worst situations with, Urban Meyer and then Doug Peterson. And now I think he found a coach that has unlocked what we thought we were getting when the Jaguars originally drafted Trevor Lawrence. So I don't know. I that's a name that I would throw money at, and maybe even a name for a team that I would potentially sprinkle some money at. But then again, remember, we do have to throw out the disclaimer: fade everything I say, because I am always wrong.
This far out, though, the beautiful thing, this far out, man, people can't necessarily, you know what?
Yeah,
It's
no
hard
one's
for people
no
to
one's gonna
argue this
remember.
far out.
Yeah, no one's gonna remember what I said on Valentine's Day in 2026 by the time the season rolls around.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Yeah, MVP. I mean, look, I haven't given any thought, quite honestly, to MVP for next season. I mean, to me, the usual suspects are going to be back at the top of the list. You know, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are going to be right there. Matthew Stafford is going to be right there in the mix again. It'll be harder for him to win it in another year, but he'll be there. You know, it's just if you're going further down the board of guys you think could bounce back, I think people will be tempted by banking on a bounce back from Jaden Daniels in Washington. I just don't see it. I have concerns about Dan Quinn and that entire organization. I think there's a real chance that they have to blow that thing up in a year, and it's another rough year for the Washington Commanders. We'll see.
Comeback player of the year. Hard lock. I know you do your Goldies locks, but this is a Huffy lock, okay? Comeback player of the year 2026 winner is Patrick Mahomes. I'm calling it, and he's going to start all 18 games next year, or 17 games, all 18 weeks. He's going to be active, and he is going to win that comeback player of the year award. And I know this isn't like really going out on a limb here, but I can see the future. When it comes to Patrick Mahomes, he's got some. I don't know what is in the water there in Kansas City, but he has got some voodoo magic about him, and it is. He's going to win that award. So go ahead and hammer, put your this mortgage, take a second mortgage on your home out just to put money down on that bet, right?
Yeah, I assume he'll be the favorite or have some of the best odds. The only thing that'll hurt him is some people will say, he didn't miss the entire season. He didn't even miss half the season. And so some people will use that against him. But he's going to have great chance and great odds to win. There'll be some other guys that, Malik Neighbors, I actually think might have better odds than Mahomes, but we'll see. He's another interesting flyer. It feels so weird even talking about this far out. But yeah, I mean, I think comeback player of the year, Malik Neighbors, Mahomes will be two of the favorites going into the 2026 NFL season.
But doesn't that just show how much we love football? The fact that we're talking about early odds. We're not even a week away from last season ending, and we're like, yeah, give me more. We're scratching our necks. We're just like, give me all of the football talk you got. You want to talk early MVP odds? You want to talk early comeback player of the year odds? We're doing it here on BetMGM Game Day.
Coming up next, though, let's talk about what Tom Brady and Logan Paul were up to in the last week or so. I think you'll be intrigued to hear what Tom Brady had to say. Plus, final thoughts on NBA All-Star Weekend, which is taking place right now. And are you going to be watching Team USA, one of the Team USAs, against the world on Sunday night?
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Final segment of the show today. Thanks for hanging out with us on BetMGM Game Day. We'll get to the NBA All-Star Weekend again here in just a couple of minutes and final thoughts on what this weekend could bring for the NBA. What do we think that the big storyline will be out of it come Monday? And does it cause the NBA to revamp this thing again? Or does it turn out to surprise us all and be a big success? We'll discuss that in just a bit. But there was some fun social media back and forth going on this week with, I guess, a name I didn't expect to be involved in a bit of a beef and contrasting views, if we're putting it nicely. Tom Brady and Logan Paul were going at it. There was the Impulsive podcast, which got into athleticism, man, NFL athletes and what they're asked to do compared to WWE athletes. Take a listen to this.
I'm told that I'm being flown out to Saudi Arabia to compete in a Fanatics flag football game with you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a little worried for you because I know
for me.
Well, you're a good athlete, but you're like
no.
These guys are another level.
So, I am the highest level. I am the level.
No, you're not the level.
I am the level.
You're a good athlete, but honestly, when I'm thinking of Saquon Barkley and I'm thinking of like
can Saquon
Odell
Barkley
Beckham and Justin Jefferson,
a flip off the top rope?
Have you not seen him
moonsault
jump over someone's head?
It's cute. It's a great. I love WWE. It's very cute. But honestly, this is like real football. This is real competition.
I was an all-state linebacker. I rushed for 1,200 yards, 19 touchdowns my senior year.
Well, let's see what you can still bring it. I mean, look, we all had a great pass. I won 7 Super Bowl. Who don't give a shit? You know what matters? This game, March 21st in Saudi. I'm glad you're going to be there, and I'm glad you're finally going to participate in like a competition that
This
matters.
guy's insane. The audacity of Tom Brady. I can't believe it. Wins 7 Super Bowls, thinks he can just go around and talk about his flag football game like it's going to be the Pro Bowl.
It's going to be way better than that.
Well, I think it will be way better than the Pro Bowl. And I understand Tom was leaning in because this is to promote this game and get people talking and intrigued. So they were both poking the bear on purpose. But I must say, and look, full disclosure, you don't know this probably yet, I'm not a WWE guy at all. I know it's immensely popular in WrestleMania. I get it. I'm not trying to poo-poo on anybody's parade. I have zero interest in it. I watched it for 2 years or so as a kid. I would watch like SmackDown or whatever, and I can name you like 3 wrestlers, and that's about it. It's just not for me. I understand people love the scripting of it and all that. I can't get behind it. I went to an event that was in Kansas City a couple years ago in person, and I forgot just how I was miserable. It was way too phony for me, but that's just me. I do recognize though the athleticism and the talent of the guys that participate, but it's phony to me. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I was big into the WWE during the Attitude Era with like The Rock and Stone Cold and Mankind and that whole group. D-Generation X got in a lot of trouble in school for that back in the day. But I haven't followed it, but it's the same reason like NASCAR drivers and pit crew guys are tremendous athletes that don't get enough recognition. Yeah, WWE guys certainly are great athletes. And you know, this whole like back and forth between Logan Paul and Tom Brady is very much sleight of hand. It's distracting from the idea that we're even playing a flag football game in Saudi Arabia to begin with. But I'll take the bait, okay? Because this is the funniest thing I think I have ever seen. Logan Paul flexing his high school stats to arguably the greatest football player of all time is laugh out loud hysterical. And I don't think it was intentional. Just knowing Logan Paul. Logan Paul was literally trying to say, hey, I'm not just some podcaster who occasionally does WWE. I am a legitimate athlete by flexing what he did his senior year of high school. That would be like me going up to Logan Paul and bragging that my video on YouTube got over 200 views. It's like, who cares, dude? Like, it's like you can't do that with the greatest of all time. And first of all, to anyone out there listening right now, if you are still flexing your high school stats, and let's say you are 24 years or older, it's time to give it a rest. It's time to put the high school glory days to rest, okay? It is no longer your job to prove to anyone you are athletic by flexing what you did at the 7A level back in my home state. You know, yeah, look, we went to the semifinals, and if coach would have put me in fourth quarter, we would have won it all, no doubt. It's just, I think it's laugh out loud funny from Logan Paul to try and flex to the greatest of all time.
Yeah, Tom Brady, the minute he mentioned the 7 rings, it was over. But look, here we are. As you said, we're talking about the flag football event. Do we even know, is this getting broadcast somewhere? Like, honestly, I forgot. I remember when they announced this, and I forgot they got Brady and all these guys to go take a big fat check and go over to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the Saudi Arabia has taken a lot of, like, remember that there was like a big comedy tour that went over to Saudi Arabia back in October as well. Like,
well, not to get too in the weeds, but it's sports washing is what it is. You know, it's very controversial thing. They're throwing as much money as the whole Live Tour thing. It's all of that.
Yeah,
but
right.
People are willing to take a big check and, you know, and put aside some other things that perhaps have gone on in Saudi Arabia and collect their check. And even Tom Brady's willing to do it.
Look, I wanna go to the Middle East. I would love to travel there and see Dubai and it all, but I would like to do it on my own dime. You know, like I don't know if I want to take someone's money, not knowing where that money came from, to go and do it. But yeah, if it is televised, I'll admit I'll turn it on. I'll turn it on just to see greats. Like if Saquon and Tom Brady are playing in a flag football game against, I don't know if you've heard this or not, but high school standout Logan Paul, then yeah, you'll have my eyeballs glued to the TV for it.
So it's March 21st. It'll be a flag football tournament in Saudi Arabia, and they're claiming it's not going to be an exhibition or publicity stunt. It's going to be, they claim, like real football. And I don't know who all the quarterbacks are, but it sounds like Jaden Daniels of the Commanders, so like an active quarterback, just like Saquon.
Oh wow!
Is going to be he will be one of the quarterbacks, according to Pro Football Talk. So, and players have the ability to purchase insurance in case they get hurt. I'm just telling you, like, you don't want to stop people from doing stuff, but if I'm the Commanders, man, for a guy that was injury prone this year, I'm telling you what, I'm not letting you go play flag football overseas, dude. Sorry.
See, I like the idea of players that have just recently left the game, because they'll still try and prove something, and they don't necessarily care if they get hurt, right? Because they don't have, a playing career to worry about. Like Tom Brady I don't doubt will go all out for this game, just because he wants to still prove that, not only does he still have it, but I'm the greatest of all time. I would love to see like former guys like that, like guys that have just recently retired, because I think that would make for a better flag football game than what the NFL gives us with the Pro Bowl.
Oh, I do think there's a real chance it's far more entertaining. It's a low bar. It's a very low bar to surpass.
Yes.
But I do think it'll be better than the Pro Bowl games. All right, before we get out of here, man, NBA All-Star Weekend, do you plan on watching any of this? I mean, we talked earlier about, I don't think this idea is going to bring a ton more eyeballs. The USA, there literally is 2 USA teams in this round-robin tournament deal they're doing, and then ultimately Sunday night, it'll be versus the world. Dunk contest, 3-point contest. You'll get me to tune in a little bit on Sunday, not to the early round stuff, but to the actual championship quote-unquote game. But dunk contest, 3-point contest, yeah, I'm out. I have no interest in that tonight.
Yeah, that's essentially I hate to do it, because the NBA All-Star Weekend Saturday night used to be my favorite event on the sports calendar, and it has fallen so far off the map. It's kind of a buzzkill. It's sad for me to think about, which is why I'm going to take my wife to dinner for Valentine's Day tonight, and we're going to go see Marty Supreme in theaters. We have to drive about 20 miles away because it's the only theater that we could find that was still playing Marty Supreme. But that's what I will be doing instead of, look, when we get home, will I throw on the dunk contest, because it'll probably still be going on? Probably. But I don't think we're going to walk away with anything truly breathtaking with it.
I just wonder is there enough with the USA versus the world stuff on Sunday night in that game to where the NBA says, all right, no, this was actually a bigger success. Like, is there a chance we're surprised that we're sitting here Monday morning like, you know what, actually that worked? I don't, based on some of the comments from the players, I don't see how it's going to be much more competitive. I really don't.
Normally we end the show with some Goldie's locks. I'm throwing a Goldie's locks. No, hammer the no on that question, because it's not. It's lipstick on a pig, man. It doesn't matter what the NBA tries to do until they get their players to buy in, not just to the All-Star Weekend, but to the regular season itself. You're not going to get a great product, and you're starting to see that with the NBA, and it makes me really sad, because I absolutely love the NBA.
Yeah, well, some of the odds, if you wanted to find some more reason to be intrigued, I guess, by the All-Star Weekend festivity, sometimes betting can do that for you a little bit. Here are some of the odds. If you take a look at the dunk contest, Carter Bryant for the Spurs is the favorite at plus 170. Jackson Hayes of the Lakers plus 240. In terms of the overall All-Star game, festivities and who could end up winning some awards attached to that. All-Star game MVP Victor Wembanyama, the heavy favorite, 4-1 at BetMGM. Tyrese Maxey's right there around 9.5, 10-1. Jaylen Brown, 10-1. Cade Cunningham, 11-1. I guess if you wanted me to be more intrigued, I'd throw down a few bucks on an All-Star game MVP or something like that. But that's sick behavior, man. That's sick behavior.
Yeah, it's the thing. And you'll be really frustrated, because either probably more so on the lack of play or the lack of defense or the shot selection where it's just going to be, they treat it as a joke. And so what's going to make me carve time out of my schedule to watch it because of that? And I don't know, it's frustrating and it's sad and it's all the above, but hey, I've enjoyed being your Valentine for the last 5 hours, Alex. I really do appreciate you picking up the slack because, my wife was, a little sad that I had to go 5 hours out of my Valentine's Day to spend with someone else. But if I had to do it with anyone, I'm glad it was with you.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words. That's right. Taking up a huge chunk of your Valentine's Day. You get to spend it with me and the full crew. I hope things go well though for the rest of your plans. It sounds like you got a nice evening plan. Are the kids at least away as well?
No, babysitter. We got a babysitter on lock tonight. Okay, it's going to be great. A kidless Valentine's Day. It's going to be awesome. What about you? What are you getting? What are you doing tonight?
Well,
you're a single guy.
I have
right?
no obligations. No obligations whatsoever. I am about to destroy some lunch/dinner. I realize poor planning on my part. I've got to have snacks during the show. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem for me. But other than that, no, I'll probably end up at a local bar or something tonight. But no big plans, ma'am, on a Valentine's Day. Hope everybody has a good rest of their weekend. Yeah, exactly. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. We'll talk to you next Saturday, 11 to 4 Eastern here on Westwood One Sports.